All right, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a wonderful day. It's already been a chill morning, chill but wild. We got to hit a new high. You got a random poppers. We caught like 2 buyouts pretty quick. So it was pretty crazy. But now we are waiting for a big bond auction. We are going to be getting $44 billion of 7-year notes. Bonds are sensitive. That'll be in about 2 to 4 minutes from now. And then you got the press secretary. Tomorrow we get the data, PCE. And you are like, what, 20 points away from a high? Yo, SONM, SONM, 20% pop. I wanted to look at City and then Nibis moving as well, too. Yeah, SONM, small cap. But yeah, we're going to get into Philo. I'll probably start after the bond auction. So I'm going to go get ready, get me a carbo, all that. I'll be hanging around here. We'll play some propaganda as we get everybody situated. And then, yeah, we'll get the events. Again, the bond auction, and then we'll go from there, baby. We will go from there. So, yeah, Philo is free now. Again, well, you could listen. We're still members only to talk in the chat. I like members only in the chat. I like being focused, but, you know, part of it, I asked for your guys' support in the beginning. You know, I wasn't trying to be an asshole in the beginning, but, you know, dude, we were getting punished for a lot of things. So, shout out the vets. Shout out Philo, but now I have 0 channel strikes. I have 0 warnings. I actually have less punishment than any time in my whole YouTube career. So I feel comfortable talking about it without the threat of punishment. But if it does come back, I will have to privatize Philo again. So be fluid. I'll be fluid, but I hope there's an opportunity for people to hear it, man. But it's on you guys. Like I said, I think I've been here for a long time. I show it to you. You see everything. You watched me in some of the hardest and easiest moments, but you watched it and you got to witness it with your own eyes, everything. But whether you were involved or not, man. And that's why I'm like, hey, I think you could judge it by now. And I hope there's an opportunity for people to get something good. That's it. And I know we have it. But I want that opportunity to be there, but it's on you to value it. And if you don't take that opportunity, I can't do anything. So we'll see, but until it becomes a problem, I would love for this opportunity to keep spreading. But we have a goal, baby. And like I'm saying, the thing I want, bro, like I love Philo, bro, and I love everything, part of my success and everything. I have to tell you, Philo, because if I didn't include God, I would be lying to you. But I hope y'all get it, man. That possibility of real estate and investing. That's and if you want to have any religion forced upon you, that's the one. And I need y'all to believe. Hope. So perfect. That rant was perfect timing, boys. Because you're at 4.024. Give it like 30 seconds. You'll get the results. It'll come up on the wire. 4.024. Oh, yeah, you're ripping again. Okay, I'm gonna wait for the bond auction. 4.022, lower. No way. So slightly lower, still elevated, still above the coupon, but not bad. Yesterday's was worse. This is a longer duration. And then yesterday's was worse, and you still got a bid on bonds. And then Win, that's another hotel up. LVS was earlier. Uber all-time high, or near it. It's not Powell, it's Besant. He buying the bonds. For sure. Only 10 billion though. A lot of coins still, bro. That's crazy. Yeah, bro, we could roll over the Uber calls now. So I could take the loss, and then you could free up like another $12. That's crazy. No, $22. Nike earn. I think it'll be good, but I'm also a little hesitant from everything else. Just earning season volatility setup has been odd. Dude, it's so bad. I don't even know how to open up an option chain on Fidelity. I'm so bad at it. I'm just seeing. I'm going to check the covered call. HT. Yeah, bro, I love it. But yeah, we could roll over the Ubers now. It works, bro. So pretty much $20 a share you're going to unlock. That's amazing. You could unlock $20 a share and get everything back. I think it's like a $50. You'll leave $50 on the table. But that's worth it for whatever we're dealing with. And then APP on the high. I could record it, but then if I sell, I'll probably have a gain from the other one. But then it's just gonna at least free up literally $20 a share, which is crazy. So watch, our gain on the long term is gonna shoot up if I roll it over. So if you thought we were up, we're about to be up even more once we roll it over. Netanyahu. Okay. I think it's there. Filled. I have rolled it over. I did it. Yes, sir. Nice. Okay, I made a long-term activity, but I was just rolling over. I can't believe I was able to do it. So look, I had the Uber January 70 calls. I agreed to sell my Uber for $70 a share, right? And they paid me, and I was down on that option, so I took a little bit of a loss. So I closed it at 27.35, took the loss, but then I reopened it. But now instead of 70, I now get $92 a share. So I just unlocked 50% more, and then I got $50 less back. So, and then I got to book the loss on the other play. So now for my taxes, I just took a loss there for when we do sell. But at the end of the day, though, we're just making sure we're getting more equity out of our Uber. So, not bad. Not bad at all. Now that's pure. So now, yeah, our price is $92.50. So technically, every covered call didn't matter because no one called our shares away. And now only $1 we're missing out on by doing that play now. So even though I sold the covered calls early, and even though the stock went crazy, we only left $1 on the table. My price is $92.50. Now it's at $93.30. Ta-da! Ain't that something? Refi. I don't know. I don't really give covered call stuff on the long terms. I don't know if I should send the alert. I don't want to confuse people. But yeah, that was beautiful, bro. It waited because it looked like we were going to leave money on the table, but I can't believe that happened. Because remember I said I'll wait till they have new options. They finally came out. I thought they were going to come out in September. And then I looked, and now I was like, dude, it's the same price. So again, I left $40 on the table. So technically we did lose a little bit, but there's a $5,000 of equity, so it was worth it. So I'm happy. I think that was a great move. And then all of the years, and then thinking you missed out. We have at this rate now, after this new deal, $1 left on the table from buying from 24. Money. I love it. All right. Well, yeah, it is Philo time. We started, we were going to get all of that stuff and then go from there. So, yeah, bro, let's see. But get that all set up. Let me go send out the alert.
If they
go to the bathroom and, yeah, we'll be good to go, baby.
At the core of the system, they're going to try to slowly reduce the overweight. They can't do it fast because there aren't many good alternatives. Right. Well, they do it slowly.
But then it's not a verdict on the president's moves here.
I just have to chime in. There's nobody on that list, Kelly, who faced with higher inflation would not respond with higher interest rates.
Agreed.
I don't think that they would have no choice.
Yeah.
And so how dovish are they? Maybe they'll explore within a quarter point, but Goolsbee was on this morning saying you could go down by 125 basis points in the next 10 to 15 months. That, by the way, the Fed has a long run rate of around 3%. They think they're 50 to 75 restrictive right now. But, I mean, when we talk about doves and hawks, again, it comes down to, are you going to react when there's inflation? Hassett would. Warsh would, for sure.
Yeah.
Bessent would. They all would.
And it's almost what you're saying is that Powell is making too much of the next meeting. We're not live the next meeting. He should just say, yeah, we are. We're probably going to lower rates by a lot over the next
I would offer
months.
Trump is too, right?
Yeah.
What are we talking about here? Is the Fed going to cut in September or July?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, the fate of the union cannot rest on whether or not the Fed cuts a quarter point within 2 months or not.
Well, it's kind of fun to ponder. Mohammed, thanks. Appreciate it today. Mohammed El-Erian joining us. Steve, thank you as well. Very much our own Steve Leisman. As stocks continue to rise, we talked about this. The S&P is just like 17 points off a record high right now. And my next guest says the underlying trend remains positive for equities, including for the large caps, which she likes here. Kate Moore is CIO at Citi Wealth. Kate, anything about the Fed here affect your view on stocks? Look, weak dollar has certainly got to be a boost, although maybe it's not about the Fed, as Mohammed just said.
Yeah, well, look, I think the equity market is looking past anything regarding tariffs, is not really focused at all, frankly, on what may be this softening. We can debate if it should be softening or weakening trend in terms of the overall economy, and is really asking itself, are there parts of the market, especially largest market cap companies, that will have sustainable earnings through all parts of the cycle? The answer is yes, across the AI and tech space. Will marginally lower rates be supportive for risk? They're answering yes. I'm worried, though, that the market is a little too complacent. I think from technical reasons, and at least my read on sentiment from a wide swath of different investors, is that people want to buy the market a little bit here. But I worry that we're a little bit complacent and that there are risks and challenges to risk assets in the second half of the year, even if there is potential for the market to end the year higher from here.
So you think, all right, let's talk then about whether this is a market that, people are chasing Arc K and it's getting way ahead of themselves and it's divorced from reality, or is it based on reality?
There's a little bit of both. And so let me just maybe clarify my comments. What is based in reality actually is the strong, sustainable earnings trend, the very solid balance sheets, the free cash flow profile of many of the largest companies.
Why would I play this propaganda when Caroline's live?
In our intelligence agencies and Director Ratcliffe and the president's entire national security team were obviously watching these sites very closely.
We'll get the propaganda from
in the
the
weeks
source.
and the days leading up to the attack on Saturday, which I will add was one of the most secretive and successful operations in United States history. I think many of you in this room would agree with that, because none of you in this room knew about the strike on Saturday until it took place. So we were watching closely, and there was no indication to the United States that any of that enriched uranium was moved prior to the strike.
From any of the sites.
Correct.
And then one more thing, Caroline. Next week, the president mentioned that there would be talks with Iran. Didn't mention any details, and Iran has not confirmed them. Can you share any details about any potential talks next week?
We don't have anything scheduled as of now, but I spoke to our Special Envoy Witkoff at length this morning, and I can assure all of you we continue to be in close communication with the Iranians and through our intermediaries as well, namely the Qataris, who have been an incredible ally and partner throughout this entire effort. And as I said, this administration is always focused on diplomacy and peace, and we want to ensure we can get to a place where Iran agrees to a non-enrichment civil nuclear program, and there are many other requests that the United States has. Those details continue to really, they're just starting. Of course, the operation was just on Saturday night, but we are in touch, and if there is a meeting, we will let you know, as we always do. Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. Is two, one on trade. On the July deadlines coming up for the trade deals, is that deadline still hard and fast for the president, or is he now considering even coming to trade deals after that deadline, and where is he on that going forward?
I think the president has been asked this quite a few times by many of you in the media. I've heard him answer it at press conferences and at gaggles. He just spoke about it on Air Force One. The deadline is not critical. The president can simply provide these countries with a deal if they refuse to make us one by the deadline, and that means the president can pick a reciprocal tariff rate that he believes is advantageous for the United States and for the American worker, and he will continue to do that. But as for the deals, our United States Trade Ambassador, Jameson Greer, I speak to him frequently. He's working very hard, and he has had very good and productive discussions with many of our key trading partners.
And on the One Big Beautiful Bill, there's conversations on the Hill right now about the Medicaid cuts. I'm curious, if the final bill that the president's been talking about comes to him and it has Medicaid cuts in it, will he sign it, or would he rather just Congress do away with those cuts?
I think our friends in both the Senate and the House know exactly where the president stands on Medicaid. He wants to get rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse, and they are working to do that in the Senate right now. Jennifer.
Sound pop.
Follow up on that, on the big beautiful bill. Is there enough time for Congress to work through the issues it needs to work through? I'm saying, does the president need to move back his deadline a little bit?
We expect that bill to be on the president's desk for signature by July 4th. I know that there was a ruling by the Senate parliamentarian this morning. Look, this is part of the process. This is part of the inner workings of the United States Senate, but the president is adamant about seeing this bill on his desk here at the White House by Independence Day.
Israel, is there a date set for the Prime Minister to visit the White House yet? Is he coming in a couple weeks?
There isn't a date, but the Prime Minister has expressed interest in coming to the White House to meet with the president and come to Washington. The president is obviously very open to that, but we don't have a date. When we do, we'll let you all know. Kate.
The president suggested he was open to sending more Patriot air defense missiles to Ukraine. Is that going to happen, and were there any other assurances that he made directly to Zelensky when they met?
I'll let the president speak on that. That was a private conversation between he and President Zelensky, but the meeting was a good meeting, and it was a meeting towards progress, and the president, as he said, repeatedly wants to see this war come to an end, but I'll let him speak on that specific
And
point.
Witkoff yesterday suggested that there would be more countries signing on to the Abraham Accords. What's the timeline on that, and which countries specifically is the administration looking to have sign on?
Well, the president is certainly hopeful that more countries in the region will sign on to the Abraham Accords. Again, we want to see a long, withstanding, endurable peace in the Middle East, and that's the way to do it. And when the president met with the new president of Syria, that was one of the requests that he made for Syria to sign on to the Abraham Accords. I don't have a timeline for you, but this administration wants to see that happen, and our partners in the region should know that. Rachel.
Thanks so much. Just to follow back up on the meeting that the president mentioned about wanting to have this meeting with the Iranians next week. Clearly there's a willingness here from the administration to want to meet with Iranian officials. What is the holdup here in trying to schedule it? Are you experiencing any resistance from the Iranians?
No, have some patience. We just had this strike on Saturday night. The president secured a ceasefire. A lot has happened in the last week. He was just in the Netherlands. Now he's back home to have a big event this afternoon on the One Big Beautiful Bill and get our domestic priorities across the finish line. So we'll get there. And like I said, we're in constant communication.
Just one more, just on the goal of the meeting. The president mentioned yesterday that it may not be necessary to have an agreement with the Iranians. What is the purpose? What would be the goal of this meeting?
Again, to continue moving forward towards a long-standing peace in the Middle East. Jordan.
Yes, Caroline, thank you. So the president had some harsh words for both Israel and Iran on Tuesday as he was departing from the NATO summit after they both violated the ceasefire. He said, what's your response to Americans who are worried the peace isn't going to last and think that Israel is trying to plunge us into another endless war on their behalf?
I think the fact that the president was able to successfully negotiate a ceasefire when nobody thought that was possible, it was a surprise to everyone in this room, it was a surprise to the world, but the president got it done because he wants to see peace in this world. He does not want the United States to be dragged into these conflicts. Again, he's not afraid to use strength if he has to, but the president has already proven he can put America first and deliver on peace at the same time. They're not mutually exclusive goals.
One more. After Carrie Lake, she testified in the House Foreign Affairs Committee on the waste, fraud, and abuse and the rot, really, in Voice of America and USAGF. The president called for Congress to kill it. What does that look like, and is the president willing to sign an executive order?
Well, I believe that action would have to be legislative through Congress, and the president directed Congress to get that done in his Truth Social post yesterday. If there is any executive action that can be taken to cut some of the waste, fraud, and abuse or do away with the program entirely, I'm sure our great Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, is already looking into it. And if it can be done, it will be done here at the White House, but Congress should act as well. To the back, go ahead. Yes.
Caroline, thank you. The administration
to the back, and then Carrie, I'll come to you.
Yeah, the administration said that the DIA report was low confidence intel. Can you share what other assessments are currently underway to get to the bottom of just how effective these strikes were?
Yes, well, I can assure you what the CIA director said, that when we look at the entirety of the intelligence that we have to this date, it concludes that these strikes on the Iranian nuclear facilities were absolutely successful. It was a total obliteration, as the president said, and not only does our own intelligence say that, but also the Iranian foreign minister has said that. We saw Israel conclude the same thing based on their own intelligence. We also had the United Nations say that as well. So I think the only other time the United Nations, Israel, Iran, and the United States has agreed on something is that the sky is blue, but they all agree that Iran's nuclear facilities were completely demolished. And I would just like to reemphasize, you mentioned this was a low confidence preliminary intelligence assessment. And the entirety of that assessment was not leaked to the media. Only tidbits of that assessment were leaked to CNN. And we have seen this playbook run before, where you have people in the intelligence community, or perhaps on Capitol Hill, we don't know, but I believe the FBI is investigating to find out who that leaker was, because it's illegal and they should be held accountable for that, leaked bits and pieces of an intel assessment to push a false narrative. And it's to the same reporter, I will add, Natasha Bertrand of CNN, who has done this in the past. In 2020, it was Natasha Bertrand who had 51 intelligence analysts falsely lie to her, but she still put it on paper for some reason, that the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinformation. We all know that's not true, right? We can all agree on that now. That was a lie from the intelligence community. Also in 2020, this same reporter, Natasha Bertrand, wrote that a top intel agency ruled out the man-made lab leak theory of the coronavirus origins. Again, the president was right about that.
So this lady is like the designated lie about it?
The intelligence community to
at
see the
CNN?
narrative she wanted to prove, and guess what? We now know that's the truth. Also, in 2024, Bertrand pushed the suckers and losers hoax. She also pushed the fine people hoax, which was taking the president's words purposely out of context. And then last October, and I believe this is notable, Natasha Bertrand published an article in Politico from the intelligence agency. She said that John Ratcliffe was speaking without any evidence when he said Iran was attempting to undermine President Trump's presidential campaign. And then we of course found out that was absolutely true. In fact, the Biden administration declassed an intel report which said they had high confidence that Iran had done exactly what Ratcliffe alleged. They did run an influence campaign to hurt President Trump's candidacy. In fact, we know the Iranians tried to take President Trump's life. And so this is a reporter who has been unfortunately used by people who dislike Donald Trump in this government to push fake and false narratives. She should be ashamed of herself. And that's not what reporting is. Journalism is trying to find the facts and the truth. And this week we saw this same reporter being used to push a fake narrative to try to undermine the President of the United States, and more importantly, the brave fighter pilots who conducted one of the most successful operations in United States history. And I think the American people fully know that this operation was a complete and total success.
Well, yeah, because people were even trying to spin the clip of Trump talking shit to her yesterday. Like, look how mean Trump is. But then, like I'm saying, though, the lady has a documented history of, like, false reporting. That's why, like, so you may not like it, but this is how I've been doing stuff, man, where it's just like, bro, no one's trying to, like, flex or brag or be a certain way, but you can't see, like, a designated track record and stop turning away, like... Let's just be real about it. Like,
this administration of trying to
let's take in the info and all that.
That is not at all what is happening. There's people who are just
blatantly lying, and it's not, and they're using the platform of reputation.
To work in good faith
and
with this reporter
it's really weird
to get this story right, to explain that this administration is trying to protect foster children. We are trying to keep children out of harm's way, even if that means their parents are not law-abiding citizens. We want to protect children, unlike the previous administration, which allowed children to be trafficked and raped, and in some cases killed because of the open border policies. Unfortunately, the Miami Herald just completely degraded themselves with this report, despite having a full list of facts from the Department of Homeland Security. It's another example of fake news. And the May border numbers speak for themselves. Not a single illegal alien was allowed into this country because of this administration's border policies in the month of May. That means not a single child was allowed into this country, possibly with human smugglers or human traffickers.
Well, yeah, you know
we know
why?
that was happening at the rate
Not only
of
the messaging,
thousands and thousands
I read it
of
on the
children
bill.
every single month.
Dude,
in
the border is going to be funded all day. That's part of the bill. I think they're going to have no less than $3 billion on their books at any time, based on the big, beautiful bill. So, yeah, we still got to read over it.
You too.
I know you're looking for
You're
this.
usually on the Hill.
I know, I'm here today. I know you're looking for this leaker. Is it your belief, I know you said earlier you're not sure if it's on Capitol Hill or at the Pentagon, but is it your belief that it might be in Capitol Hill?
And the spending bill,
and how confident are
the
you
funding
that you'll find
for
this
the
leaker?
border patrol,
Well,
like
I'm
border
not
and
personally looking
immigration,
for the
it's
leaker.
like
the
no
FBI
less
is
than
looking
$3
for the
billion.
leaker, so you'll
They're
have
always
to
going to
ask
have
them,
that in a
in the
general
Department
account.
of Justice in terms of this investigation.
So they're going to be really
but,
funded.
Leaking top secret classified intelligence.
They're going to get more money
is
than that,
a
but they're going to
crime,
have no
and
less
people need to be held
than
accountable
$3
for that
billion
crime.
on their
Asking about
accounts,
how
and then
you're
they
going
could
to be
borrow up
limiting
to 100
intel to
billion.
Congress. What would you say to lawmakers who say they have oversight privileges? They need this information.
This administration wants to ensure that classified intelligence is not ending up in irresponsible hands, and that people who have the privilege of viewing this top secret classified information are being responsible with it. And unfortunately, clearly, someone who had their hands on this, and it was a very few people, few number of people in our government who saw this report, that person was irresponsible with it, and we need to get to the bottom of it, and we need to strengthen that process to protect our national security and protect the American public. Mary Margaret.
Spending bill is very bullish for defense.
You just laid out a lot of different stories about disinformation that Natasha Bertrand had pushed during her time at Politico and at CNN. Why would any member of the Trump administration leak anything to her?
Well, again, as I just said, we're investigating who that leaker was. It could have been someone in the intelligence community, or it could have been someone on Capitol Hill who had access to this document. The FBI is searching for that person. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. The president was obviously...
clearly it was done to undermine the president, to answer your question.
And I'm sorry, I really wanted to follow up on that really quickly. Before the strikes on Iran, we saw a number of other leaks about Tulsi Gabbard, the Vice President Vance. Is there an effort to divide the president's team
July
when it
4th.
comes to these leaks and which reporters they choose?
July 6th.
I do believe there's an effort on the outside of this building to try to divide the president's team on the inside, and sometimes you have to look at these headlines and laugh, because I've been in meetings where I know these things are absolutely not true, and again, we do our best here, I believe, to try to push back and correct the record with all of you, but there is fake reporting. That's just the reality of this country, unfortunately, but I can assure you the president's team is strong, especially the national security team. Everyone is very proud of the president, of our commander-in-chief, and of our military for the successful operation that took place on Saturday night.
Thanks, Caroline. The president was obviously very pleased with getting his NATO allies to increase defense spending. He's made the same demands of Asia-Pacific allies of the United States, including Australia, where I'm from. How does the NATO result impact negotiations with Asia-Pacific allies? Does it, for say, strengthen the president's resolve to say, well, you know, our NATO allies have done it, now you need to do it too?
Yeah, I mean, look, if our allies in Europe and our NATO allies can do it, I think our allies and our friends in the Asia-Pacific region can do it as well. But as for our specific relations in those discussions, I'll let the president speak on those.
And can I just ask as well, when he had to leave the G7 early, he missed out on a number of bilateral meetings that were scheduled with other world leaders, including the Prime Minister of Australia. Obviously, President Zelensky, he's managed to meet since then, but are there plans afoot to make up for those meetings with the world leaders that he missed out on?
Yeah, I think many of those world leaders understood the situation happening in the Middle East and the urgency and the need for the president to get back to Washington to monitor that situation. And obviously that was the right call, considering the success of not only the operation on Saturday night, but also the ceasefire that the president has since brokered. On behalf of not just our country, but the entire world, frankly. But he has made up a couple of those meetings, and he has had direct phone calls with some of those leaders he was supposed to meet with as well. Not all. Ed.
Oh yeah, thanks, Caroline. So to clarify on trade, so what happens to the countries other than China on July 9th?
That's a decision for the president to make, and I will let him make it.
Okay, and secondly, so now that oil is just about upper $60s a barrel, when's the administration going to start refilling the Strategic Petroleum Reserve?
That's again a decision for the president to make and our Secretary of Energy. There's no imminent plans to do that from what I understand. But as you have seen with the plummeting of oil prices in this country, it's because this president and our Department of Energy have really tapped into our resources here, and we have an increase of supply, unlike the previous administration that totally hampered our domestic energy efforts, but totally robbed and drained our strategic petroleum reserves. So when the time is right, the president will make that decision, but right now we are utilizing the resources that God blessed us with right here in our country to produce energy for our people.
One more thing on the One Big Beautiful Bill. Does the president believe the parliamentarian of the Senate should be removed?
I haven't spoken to him about that, and I'll let him speak on it. However, again, he knows this is part of the process and the inner workings of the Senate, and he wants to see this bill done, and he remains very much engaged in these conversations and in this process with lawmakers on both the Senate and the House side, and the whole White House does as well.
Union Pacific
in the back, yes, Libby.
Thank you, Caroline. Earlier today, the president stated that these photos out of Fordo that were showing nuclear materials being removed, suspected of showing that, were just
all right, we gotta start
concrete workers.
But this got interesting.
What intelligence is that based upon?
Look, the president shared that statement with all of you, and I already answered the question about whether uranium was moved prior to the strike, and the answer is no.
Is there a chance that the DIA report becomes public at any point?
I don't think this administration is going to get into the habit of sharing classified, top-secret information. Those classifications exist for a reason, and I wish everyone who had the privilege of looking at these documents would respect that. Daniel?
Thank you, Caroline. You've been emphatic that the president's expectations for the One Big Beautiful Bill to hit that July 4th deadline. You had a big meeting on Capitol Hill yesterday with the Republican Study Committee. Did you walk away from that meeting pleased with what you heard? Did it bolster your confidence that Congress is able to meet that the expectation of the president?
Yes, I did. The camaraderie at the Republican Study Committee was great. Members, expressed, their feelings about the bill, but as we saw, the bill passed through the House despite many people believing it could not. So the House is ready to receive this bill back from the Senate so they can pass it and bring it to the president's desk. So it was a great meeting, and Republicans are very unified. And we also talked about the mayoral race in New York City and how the victory of the Democratic primary candidate really shows how far left and unhinged the Democrat Party has become. And Republicans truly are on the right side
I think
of
everybody
every
was
issue
just reminded about
country.
the SPR.
We are on the side of no men in women's sports, on the side of low taxes, secure borders. So that was the topic of discussion, and the unity was strong and the camaraderie was high. And I know everyone looks forward to being here at the White House for the bill signing next week. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. The Supreme Court ruled this morning that South Carolina is allowed to deem Planned Parenthood as not a qualified healthcare provider, and that will block it from receiving Medicaid funds. Does the White House have a statement on that ruling, and would the president support a standalone bill from Congress to defund Planned Parenthood at a federal level rather than letting each state determine it?
I'll let the president speak on that legislative priority, but as for the Supreme Court ruling, the president has always maintained that Americans should not be forced to violate their conscience and their religious liberty by having their tax dollars fund abortions, and we're glad the Supreme Court ruled on that side today, or yesterday.
Then on Iran, but on a domestic matter, in January, President Trump revoked security details for several former administrations, including Mike Pompeo, Mark Milley, and John Bolton. Given the heightened tensions with Iran right now, is he considering restoring those security?
And Disney too? Not enough. Ah. Oh, Ceredonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gas, it is time for Philo. So, I hope you're having a good day. I mean, shit, you got a long term is probably at all-time highs. So, then there's many things to have a good day about, bro. Honestly, praise God and peace, my friends. Oh yeah. So here's the deal, bro. Here is the deal. So it is Philo time. I can charge you for it. We actually did, we have a good market test. You know that? Like, Philo is a hit, bro. We could make a lot of money on Philo. So I'm throwing that out there because you're here because you want to be. You know that? And some of you are wannabes and you get mad that I don't do what you want to do. I get it. But here's the deal. I don't have time for any of that. Like I said, I'll talk my little shit, but I give you peace, bro. I hope you all have peace. Stop wasting your time. Be in a place where you can be, where you want to be. And I hope you believe in the future. But that being said, you're here because you chose to be. All right? Some of you paid to be here. And again, we could always mix that up. But at the end of the day, if you're going to be involved in Philo, listen and take it to heart and use it. This isn't the time for questions. This isn't the time to pick a brain for 5 years in a row. You know what I'm saying? And maybe just listen. Don't let things creep in. This is lock in on Philo or lock in on the stock market. That's it. You make up your decision. No joking. And again, anything, I'm just going to ban it. We'll move on. No big. Again, you would be surprised how many bans and moves on there are. You would think I rant and I get mad and I explain all of them. No, that's cap because you don't even know them all. So the fact of the matter is, bro, I want good workflow. We're here. The only religion I want you to believe in is that you could believe and actually have hope. OST on the low. And that's an example. Look at that. 10% drop. Probably going to be a short report or there's a Merck, something with a Merck thing. I don't know if they do medicine. OST, 10% drop. So yeah, I will announce important stuff like that. That's the whole idea. You post stocks. If I miss anything, then you could follow it up. If not, if something important happens, breaking a 10% drop, I will call it out and then we'll get back to whatever we were doing. So that way you get the best of both worlds. You get what you want. And honestly, I hope y'all get some hope, bro. You know that? Like I'm saying, just it's time. It's time. I know you feel it. I know you hear it. I know you see it. Again, stop playing around. I don't know what to tell anybody. Like, dude, for real. You guys, this is game time. This is your future. Why are you wasting your time? Why are you wasting your time not believing? What do you mean, oh, you can't do anything, and so that means we're going to do nothing and then fucking keep sinking? Oh, come on. What is this? Why are we wasting time? Why are we wasting time trolling? Serious, dude, I love my top-down view of everything. I get to see all the people. How do y'all, some of y'all got money and you think you got it like that? Why are you wasting your time? Keep growing. The world, there is so much waiting for all of you. Now is not the time to be a troll. It's not the time to not believe. It's not the time to be a nihilist. It's not the time to be too cool. So, I don't know, man. I love it. I say this with joy and excitement. Do you know what I'm saying? This ain't like, oh, you better grind, wake up and grind. You gotta do this, because I love grinding. I love waking up, bro. But I say this in like, dude, like, do you not see it? Dude, you don't see it, bro? You don't see all the opportunity, everybody just like going through the motions? You don't see it? I know you see it, bro. Some of you see it. There's a glaring just gap that is waiting for some of you to just fill it. You understand that, right? I'll just say that. So that's not even the Philo, bro. That's just one of the intros. I got a couple of intros for you today, man. So I hope you feel me on that. But for real, bro, just, again, believe, bro. And what you believe is reflected in your actions. Again, not doing anything. Trolling, fucking around. Like, dude, I know exactly what you believe in your heart and mind. I get it a little bit now. I know he was God, but when he said, I know what's in their hearts. Oh, dude, you could see it, dude. So stop. What are you playing with, bro? And that's the other part. Can I just break it down for y'all, bro? Very simple. I don't know what some of y'all are running away from. And I know when you run away, it stops the pain. But my brother, you don't heal by stepping out. You heal by going in and going through. Oh, Chad. Yeah, bro. I hope you feel me. I get it, bro. You don't think we all find, you can find a video game, go find Twitter, go find trolling, go find whatever you want, go find gambling. Go, whatever, girls, drugs, you name it, alcohol. What are you trying? I get what you. It heals to a degree. It's all fake. It's cheap. But I do this. I don't have to think about that. No. I do this. I don't gotta think about that. No. Am I lying? I don't think I am. I think someone knows what I'm talking about. A lot of you, all of us should. Dude, you don't get anything by running away. I just don't know if you've realized this yet. You heal by going through it, by stepping in, by being there. Feel the pain, bro. Feel the boredom. You know what I'm saying? Feel nothing happening. Go. That's why you don't despise the days of small beginning. You want to avoid the I have nothing, everything's hard, I gotta actually, you know what I'm saying? Like you're trying to avoid it. Why? Some of you are trying to avoid, I worked hard, I got here, and now, but then I still somehow can't hit a finish line, and now what the fuck is the point? What are you doing, dude? Why are you running away from? You have to go through that. This is part of it. Oh, man. So, bro, if I could give you any advice, and if you've seen, I think, a couple of examples, bro, stand. That's why we keep saying authority. And some of you, you're living in the lack of authority, and I don't think you care about it, or you even notice it. But really ask yourself what you are doing and what you are running away from. I'm gonna ask you a couple more questions too. This is a big one, bro. You gotta step in. And I'll give you another one. This one I like. I said this to you back in the day. I have. And I heard it again recently, and it made me smile. And I think it's a very good reminder, bro. And that's why I love y'all, bro. That's it. And that's why I'm saying, some of y'all, bro, I don't know how you've spent this much time with us and have failed to plant a seed of love, hard work, discipline, anything. I don't even know. It's wild. But dude, this is why I'm saying, like, a brother is born in the time of need. If you haven't found that here, if you're not acting like a brother, it's time to go, brother. You gotta leave. No one has any time or care for you anymore. I'm sorry, only the Lord. But here, it's not gonna work. I know I sound like a bad guy, but I'm not. I'm trying to tell you, this is how you grow. You gotta get kicked out of the nest to move. But I'm saying that because if you are not planting and growing within your brothers and community, my brother, you are a predator. Do you understand that? I'll explain it to you, because this is what I believe. An apple tree does not eat apples. How do you grow an apple tree? You plant the seed and then do you throw apples at the ground? A peach tree, if you wanted a, Bradley Frizzle in all of its glory, do you just start taking Bradley Frizzle to the land and say, yo, go? No. An apple tree doesn't eat apples. A peach tree doesn't eat peaches. Do you get what I'm trying to tell you? Do you get what I'm saying? An apple tree doesn't eat apples. A peach doesn't eat peaches. It takes in water. Oh, Chad. It was a result. It was growth. It was an ecosystem. And there's two things. One, there was fruit. That was the result. There was fruit. But guess what, bro? That fruit ain't for you, big dog. Exactly. You don't consume yourself. The fruit is for others, bro. It's for around you. Y'all haven't realized that yet? I be taking in water, I get fruit. My fruit is for you. And guess what, bro? Your fruit is for me. Why do you think I'm saying it's so important? And you need a system. You need operation. You need community. That's why I'm saying, how? So what do you mean to tell me then? You not leaving any fruit, and all you doing is taking fruit and ravaging and oh my God. You're a predator. What are you in this system? Do you see what I'm saying? And why have we all forgotten, bro? God didn't put us here just for us. Your whole life, some of you are gonna live. You're missing this. Your gifts are for others, bro. You love life because of other people's gifts. And people love life because of your gifts. You haven't noticed? We all giving each other stuff. And guess what? Some of us, we all poisoning each other too. But dude, don't consume yourself. And it's not for you. Don't ever lose sight of this. That's why you want to think long term, bro. You can't forget this, because the guy who long term, he don't plant a tree without thinking long term. He's not thinking about the seed. You're thinking about everything down to the fruit, and then replanting and everything, and then the whole ecosystem of the garden and all of it. But yeah, bro, it's not for you. It's not for you. Oh, man. So, that'll lead me to the final part of the intro, and then I'm going to get into some other stuff. But very simple, man. I don't know. Google's moving. I don't know if it's like aggressive or say Mag 7 mil. And then LAES, that one's 10%, and QS too, but that one's already running. A lot of these are like runners, or they've just been running, not like news. And then you got Fed bar comments. But yeah, man, this is what I was saying today. If you can see it, you can say it. And guess what, bro? If you could say it, you could see it. This is what we got to talk about, bro. Do you want to know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about praise. And I'm the vision, bro. The vision. Do you get what I'm telling you guys? When I'm like, bro, you want any religion? I need you to believe. Stop telling me you cannot buy a house. That is a lie trying to curse you. Rebuke that. What do you mean you don't have enough money to invest and make good decisions? You do. Bro, you gotta be able to see it. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you not know what? Do you want to know what is so important that is in front of you right now? I will show you. And I'm glad. I love it. Praise God. My brother, if I tell you you could turn $200 into a down payment, it's not invisible. You can see it. Do you understand what I'm saying? You may not have done it. You may not believe it, but do you not? Did it lag? didn't take me down. Am I back? Okay, we're back. Awesome. Yeah, bro. Like I was saying, the long term. You guys could see it. Can you not? So look. You guys can see this, right? If I said you could take $500 and in a few years you will have a down payment. You could see this, right? Whether it's the chart, whether you watched it every day, whether you were here or not, I could show it to you, right? You can see this with your eyes. Correct or incorrect? You see it now, right? So even though we could talk about it, and whether you have no money, whether you've done it or not, it doesn't matter. But you could visually see this, right? And now you have seen something go from nothing to something. Correct. Okay, good. You've seen that. Awesome. So guess what? Now that you've seen it, now you should be able to say, I am going to do that. Do you guys, I'm trying to show you how the vision is made. This is what you need to fall into. Because once you see it, then you'll be able to say it. And my brother, guess what? The moment you can say it, you will instantly be able to see it. It's a paradox, but that's how it works. Some of you ask me how I have vision on things. That's how. That right there. Because if I seen it before, I could say it. Right? I'm looking and I'm like, oh, I see that. But it's another action to say what you see. And then once you say it, now you can see it even if you don't see it. Oh, do you understand me? I told you I should sound crazy. I should. That's why I've seen and said a lot of things, whether you've seen or said it yourself. So think about it. My brother, this is what I'm trying to give you. This is what I'm trying to say. This is the vision you need to have. You all have the ability to. May the Lord grant you with more wisdom and knowledge and vision. But this is how. But guess what? He cannot work in you if you don't have this. And you know what this is called? It's called praise. Praise God. I see what God did. I could say what God did, and I can now see what other things he's going to do. It's praise. You fall into the habit of praise. Do you know what happens if you don't? You fall into the habit of complaining. Don't believe me? It's the same. Now reverse it. You can't see it, so then you don't say it. And then if you can't say it, you never see it. So then, and then you complaining, but ironically enough, you just saying this won't happen, this won't happen, this won't happen. You just keep saying it, and that's what you keep visioning. That's your vision. You have fell into complaining instead of falling into praise. You don't think that's weird? I think it is. I think it's weird how much the Bible tells you to praise God, and now this makes a little more sense. You don't get it? You haven't realized all the offerings in the Bible were obscene. Solomon giving him like 1,000 goats, just a waste, right? All they sacrificed it was obscene. They were praising him. That was an equivalency of praise. Think about it. They were crazy about praising. Because you know why? When you fall into praise, this is what happens. And the alternative is you fall into complaining. Oh, I hope you feel me, Chad. I want you to have the vision. This is it. Do you get it? Because I'm telling you, I've said it many times. I'll say it again. I'm glad. Y'all can't even try to punish me for it. Nothing is more important than receiving God. From the moment you walk this earth till not. I promise you. Some of you think I'm insane and I sound crazy, but that's the point. I should. Nothing is more important than being at his feet. Until some of you realize this, if you're doubling down on my God, you must realize this in truth. That's all that matters. So I don't give a fuck about a stock. I don't care about anything, dude. I care about God. That's all that's gonna matter. Again, but you need to see, you don't get it. You think I'm all wrapped up in it. Bro, I'm wrapped up in praise. I'm wrapped up in what I've already seen. I'm wrapped up in what I'm saying and what I could see that's gonna happen. They don't feel me. They don't feel me, bro. It's all praise. You don't get it? I know, bro. It's obscene. Real praise is uncomfortable. You know what? Let me ask you this. I bet you there's one person in this room today, after all of my praise gods from before now to even right now, when I say all that matters is God, someone's getting uncomfortable. My brother, I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable. That is not my goal. But guess what? That's the nature. That is the nature of praise. That's the nature of complaining. You complain around me enough, I'll get uncomfortable. I praise around you enough, you're gonna get uncomfortable. Real praise should make you uncomfortable. You give into God so much, you're like, I don't even have anything left for me. Good. Be uncomfortable. That's what real praise should be. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm very uncomfortable. Praise God. Oh, man. Do you feel me? I hope you do. I hope you do. So, bro, fall into this habit of praise. And y'all want more understanding, more everything. Praise God. That's all he wants your praise. He deserves it. But that's what I'm saying. It should get to the point you start to get uncomfortable. Good. Maybe you're really praising God then. Maybe we don't praise God until we really feel uncomfortable. Maybe that's when it's getting real. That's it. Again, I like what we talked about today, and it relates so well. And you know, dude, I know, man, there's some good fear sometimes. And some of y'all are coming from a place where, dude, like, I think you have diligence. I think you have wisdom in you. But don't let that turn into fear, okay? You need to use it properly. Fear nothing. Why do you know why God says that? And made it a point so many times to tell you to fear nothing? Because my brother, have you not realized it? That what you fear, the things that you fear, you're actually praising them? I'm going to say it again. The things that you fear, you're supposed to not fear because fear is praise. What is God? He said, fear God, right? Oh, man. Doesn't God say fear God? So what are you doing when you walk around and you fear man? What do you do when you say, it is impossible, I'm scared of this, I can't do anything with my life? You are praising that spirit, that energy, whatever that is. You're giving it praise. You're humbling, you're going down, you're stooping lower. You're saying this thing's bigger than me. You're worshiping it without realizing it. You're scared of it. I'm scared of God, bro. I ain't scared of you. That's what my praising is that. I'm awestruck. He's the one who'll take me out. What are you saying? That's what praise. Do you see why you cannot be walking around this earth afraid? Do you not get it? You have to sustain your praise. Your praise, that's what I'm saying, uncomfortable. Always keep going where you're seeing, you're saying, you're seeing, you're saying. You get what I'm saying? You'll see it. That's why when you run into fear and stuff, bro, you're not keeping your praise up. I run into something I fear, bro, praise God. Again, bro, I don't know what's going to happen in the market. I don't know what's going to happen with the compound, but praise God. Amen, bro. Doesn't mean I'm foolish about it. Doesn't mean we're not planning and prepared. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what I do. Anything could happen. I've seen that enough. But I will praise God. I'm not going to look at something and be like, oh, that could do this. Oh, no, I'm scared. Oh, no, I'm praising it if I'm afraid of it. The only thing I'll fear is God. That's the only thing I'll praise. I'll keep praising. So, yeah, bro. Do you get it? So I'm saying fall into praise, bro. Don't fall into complaining. You see, this habit and thinking you're better off. Or you could keep praising the world, bro. Oh, wow, spy ripping. That's a big one. That's a big one. Vu, Parliament doing warned overruling her could risk the entire bill. Wait, is that 1102? Yeah, wait, what is this? Republicans will respect Senate ruling on domestic policy. Violates reconciliation rules, blocking provisions like immigrant benefit bans. It's something about the bill, but that just went nuts. I think you're near the high. Yeah, 6142. Oh, what? Oh. Okay, you're 5 points away from all-time high. Yeah, I mean, there's some news on the bill. You just got a fat pop. Whole high ticker just went crazy. OpenAI web search is now available with OpenAI. Could be bad for Google, but even Google's coming up. And there's something on the what's it called? On the bill. Rumor of trade deadline extension. White House tariff deadline not critical. All right, that makes sense. I think that looks like a rumor candle. Yeah, I think it's just rumor. That's why I got quiet. I'm looking. It's literally just, they're saying, but remember, Homegirl talked about it on the thing. So she was saying he's talked about it. That's I don't know if it'll have too much weight. And now there's another headline coming out too. The EU stuff. That was right here. U.S. imports and bid to woo Trump, lowering them. So that's the next. You got a back to back, and now oil's dumping. So that's going to give you more steam. You're probably going to hit all-time high soon. You're 5 points away. You got two different rumors. That one, they're hitting that. That one's taking more weight. The Wall Street Journal headline. Again, I have it on this wire, and then 3 other wires are flashing it now. So, and then they were saying the July 9th thing, but that was, I think, reiterated from Caroline. And then they're just running with that. But this one, the EU weighs lowering, that one's it. But yeah, it's still just going to hit all-time highs. You're 5 points away, and then we either keep melting through it, or it comes back down. right. All right. Well, let that run, baby. And then Amazon oil's down. That's good. You got so many 52-week highs. I've seen bank 52-week highs and then chip 52-week highs. So, yeah. And then, yeah, you have Nike after the bell. But good, bro. Good. So, yeah, bro. Fall into the praise, you guys. Stop praising and being afraid. Because you are praising something with your fear. But I think this is a good one. And I hope it does make you uncomfortable in the sense of understanding. Because like I'm saying, bro, the times where I praised, where I was uncomfortable, those were the moments. I'm telling you. And I would rather be praising than complaining. Just understand that. My brother, have you complained today? Then what are we talking about? Think about it. Bro, every time you complain is an opportunity to genuinely praise God. I'm not even kidding. And I'm not saying this like a cliche. This ain't no Disney movie, bro. I mean it like genuinely. I get it, bro. You don't think I get frustrated? You don't think I have moments? I command the thoughts, bro. And you get mad, you get a little bit, but then you take a step back, bro, and realize who is in control. You are better off falling into a pattern of praise than falling into a pattern of complaining and fear. What are we saying? I don't know, man. Have you, this is going to sound even crazier. Are you ready? Schedule your praising. I told you at the beginning of the year, y'all need that quiet time, bro. You need that private place. I heard this the other day and it blew my mind, dude. Bro, there's an hour for everything, no? Go look in the Bible. Doesn't even Jesus himself, doesn't he say an hour of prayer? There's an hour of sacrifice. There's an hour of rest. Does that not sound familiar? It's like he scheduled it all. There's an hour. You don't think it's wild that the whole concept of life, your eternal destiny relies on what you do with your time on earth. What you do with your time will equate to eternal destiny. Whether you believe in heaven or not. You know why? Because like I was telling you today, what you do with your time, if you just believed and hoped early, that would have at least gave you riches on earth. Oh, they don't feel me. Eternal destiny rests on what you do with your time. And there is an hour for everything. You know that. It says it. There is an hour for everything. All right, great. Then you should have an hour. You should have multiple hours. David says, I'll praise the Lord 7 times. That's what David says. He didn't say I'll pray. Because he set that up for a different thing. Oh yeah. There's prayer and then there's a praise. You could do them at the same time, but they're still different. You don't think that's weird? But automate your time like God did. God automated the earth, the sun, the moon. It's automated system. Trees, plants, fruit, seed, ecosystem. Everything's planned. There's a time. Yeah, start automating your praise, bro. Start getting automated in good things. You see what I'm saying? The sun and the moon, automatic setup. Do the same as you seek the truth. It's not according to you, it's according to him. But do you get what I'm saying? It needs to be a part of it. And if you're having trouble getting the strength to command your thoughts at the moment, start automating it. Sun and moon, bro. Wake up with praise. Go to bed with praise. You eat your food with praise. You make a win, you make a loss. Praise everything. It should be uncomfortable. So, Chad, I don't know, man. I already told you what's important. And y'all know, man. So, I have another one. What time is it? We did start late. I guess I'll save. I was gonna save it, but I think it's a good one, man. But it opens up a whole nother set of topics. But I do want to leave you with this one today. And I think you're about to hit an all-time high. 5 more points. Bump, 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 bump. So here it is. There's a couple stories in the Bible. And a few of them, they represent certain things and certain stuff we don't do today and have, but oh yeah, they had a meaning. So I don't want to open up the topic of like what the story was about, but in multiple times in the Bible, you will hear about a staff, a signet, and a bracelet. Do you know what that means? So again, it could have represented a lot. But do you know what that means? What is your staff? So again, people will walk away. This is like old days, right? You had a staff, you had a ring, and you had a bracelet, but it meant a lot. That makes sense, right? Like back in the day, like Homeboy's walking staff was like, whoa. That had, again, there's cultures built around walking staffs. I showed you guys even the first money was a stick. So back in the day, bro, this was a significant object. And you would give it to people, or you would take it, you would walk with it. It represented something. So do you know what the staff represented? The staff is the faith. That's your faith. My brother, we all have a different staff. Some of us have the same one. Others have different ones. Do you not realize this? You don't walk around with the same staff as everybody. All of you are walking with a faith in this life that that's your walking stick. Do you see it now? You walk with this in your hand. You go along life day by day, year by year with this faith of whatever you believe. You have faith in something. Some of you, your faith is having faith that there is no God. That's a faith, bro. I hate to break it to you. You believe there's nothing. Your agnosticism, atheism is that. It's still a staff. It's a faith. It's a belief. It's what you are betting on. That's you. I have faith. You walk with it your whole life. Okay? Your signet. You know what the signet is? It's a ring. Ballin'. Your ring. Your signet. That is your spiritual authority. And right away, you should know what that means. Because some people don't have a ring. There are some people, they don't believe. Again, if you're a walking stick, determines it. What do you mean spiritual authority? You're like, why would I wear a signet? You're like, I'm not in fashion to that. That means nothing to me. Okay. But your ring, your spiritual authority, whether you believe in it or not and how much of it you have or not, again, think about it. This was a sign of respect. Back in the day, you saw somebody with a big ring that said something about the spiritual authority, but also their authority in their community. It said something about what they do and what they stand for and represent. They had a different power and responsibility. That's why they had the ring. And then the bracelet. Ironically, the bracelet is just like decoration. It was just whatever they were drawn to. Right, that's it. The ring had a meaning. The walking stick, bracelet was this jewelry. It had some significance. But at that point, it's whatever drew you. What you had an eye for, your attraction. Think about it. Bro, we all have these three things. We all have a walking stick. We all have a signet. We all have a ring. And we all have a bracelet. You should have already been thinking about what I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you what you're doing with them. Like, think about it. What are you doing with your walking stick? Your staff, bro, what do you believe is your faith? Who are you giving your... Again, that's the whole point. Are you ready? Because even in the Bible, like, again, you would give this to people. You would give people your walking stick. You would, again, it was a sign. You wanted to do a deal. You wanted to do a transaction. You wanted to comfort somebody. You would do certain things. Walmart says it will close Sam Club e-commerce fulfillment in Fort Worth, Texas. Volumes will be redistributed to High Tech Center in Texas. So think about it. All your interactions. But again, what are you walking with, dude? You have something you're going to walk with your whole life. What you are betting on, what you believe in. Have you really thought about it? Again, we were just talking authority. Some of you don't believe in it. Some of you have given away your authority, no? We've talked about it. Every drug, every girl, you name it, bro. Some of you have it, but you just give away your ring. Tell me I'm wrong. I think I have a lot of spiritual authority, and I also think I've given a lot of it away. Ask yourself that question. What are you doing with your ring? What are you doing with your spiritual authority? Do you even believe that you have a ring? Then this one, I don't know, man. Because I like the ring, I like the stick, it's important. But there's something about the bracelet, man. You know, because I wear a bracelet, bro. I actually, I haven't worn it in a while. You know that? I took it off the other day, months ago. I took off my TLT bracelet because I was at some spa and it was like being weird, and I just took it off. And I still have it. I haven't put it back on. But I love that bracelet. I love bracelet. I do. I really do. And I got this little VVS. I love it. But like, why? And I don't know. And I'm thinking about it now. And I'm like, why am I drawn to that? Again, all of the cars. I love shiny shit, dude. That's the human in me, bro. That's the world in me. But I'm like, why? What am I attracted to and why? Remember, bro, you're attracted to things that you already have. You're just getting a false version of it, usually. But dude, your bracelet in life, okay, what is the faith you walk by? What is the authority and spirit you believe in and utilize throughout your life? But have you really like looked at the things that are calling you? Like, have you ever really thought about like the things that are drawing? Like, why does it draw you, bro? Like, why are you drawn to money? Like, seriously, you know everybody's not like that. We all like need money and we all like it, but like motherfuckers don't care. Why are you drawn to it? Bro, why are you drawn to certain activities and foods? Why? Why? That's your bracelet, bro. Listen, I'm not trying to shame you for what you're drawn to. No, I'm not. But I am saying, bro, you can't be walking around with the bracelet and not know what you're wearing. You get what I'm saying? That's weird. If I came up to you and said, bro, what are you wearing? You wouldn't be like, what? Do any of you have anything on your body that you don't know about? Are any of you wearing something that you don't know about? Oh. All right, well, I rest my case. Do you see how weird that is? I know, I just gave you an old English, old example, everything, right? We like a fucking walking stick, a signet, Josh. What are you saying? I know, but like, look how foolish and silly it is if I brought it to modern. Silly. None of you would be walking with something you had no idea about. None of you would be wearing clothing you had no idea you were clothed in. That's a foolish, foolish thing. But we do it spiritually every day. Some of us are walking around not thinking and asking ourselves, why are we drawn to the stock market? Why do I keep gambling all my money away? Why do I keep making a bad decision with drugs? Why do I keep doing this? Why do I keep falling for it? I don't know. Have you thought about what you're wearing and asked yourself, what is on me? Have you walked in authority of what you're doing and said, you know what? I am supposed to be here. What are you betting on, dude? What's your faith? As everything you're betting on is your faith. Call it a belief, I call it a bet. Well, look at that. But none of you are walking with something you don't know about. That would be insane. So next time you go and get ready, bro, I hope you think about your rings, your bracelets, and your walking stick if you have one. But we all have one. And these three things, bro, again, in the praise and the time and all of it, this is full circle, baby. So Chad, I can't believe we've already gotten that far. That was already a lot to take in. So I'll leave you with that one. Take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Here on mobile, press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. First link for nothing. Eric Noonan's son? You're 12? Oh, dude. All right, don't cuss, because I cuss a lot, and that's bad. And get a long term, dude. No way. You're 12, G? God, and then honor your father, bro, and your mom. How do you know that? You know, I bought my mom a house and my dad, and I bought my mom a car, too, but she returned it because it was too nice. So, amen, bro. They looking out for you. was amazing. Sasquatch, well, welcome. All right, baby. Amen.
Hey, man. It's a cop. 2020. It's one love, man. Yeah. It feel like World War II, but I don't know what that would look like. So if I'm gone soon, it's my goodbye to the good times, or maybe good lies. But the same enemies made the satellites. Feel like World War II, but I don't know what that would look like. So if I'm gone soon, it's my goodbye to the good times, maybe good lies. But the same enemies made the satellites. Yeah, and I ask a couple questions, please. Why the people with all of the money freaking out? Why the stadiums got tents and no more bleachers now? Had the teachers not paid enough, gonna teach them that. Oh wait, I'm freaking out. Maybe I should grab a drink, go eating that. See, I'm feeling fine. Come my grandma told you all the news is lies. Blame it on the orange guy, right? The problem with invisible, any premise to disprove or conclude is still visual. I keep it simple, bro. Anything is seen is many things unknown. You can't explain the tree, you can't explain the snow. If you ain't know the seed, then you ain't know the code. What I know is I don't, and if I don't, you don't. And if you sick, I'm sick. Fuck your selfish shit. Yeah, they're poor and rich, but same depth of 6. They gon' bury us the same. Only real question is it by myself or in a mass grave. I'm just saying. I think a lot of things have changed. That's what happens when it's different, but it looks the same. Feel like World War II, but I don't know what that would look like. So if I'm gone soon, hear my goodbye to the good times, or maybe good lies. But the same enemies made the satellites. Y'all, can you wake the fuck up? This ain't a conspiracy, man, this ain't about Trump. Who framed who and made this a cover up? They planted the 201, the Pope was raping the nuns. So they thought they'd make a virus and let it out in Wuhan. Or maybe this is a plot to get oil out of Iran and plant people with the chip, Jerusalem, Palestine. Then maybe Jesus will come, or maybe my freedom's gone. Nah, my bad, I ain't trying to be wrong. It's just hard to say true when they get paid for the views. PPC, CPNs, how they evaluate news. That's what incentives will do. Ask that senator do. Well, fuck it, I sounded petty. I should just be getting ready. They push us, this shit ain't heavy. I'm patient, my aim is steady. It's moments they turn to deadly. Don't lose your life over petty. We tried divided already. Define life in terms of pennies. We done. I hope you know we stronger as one. I hope this ain't the end of the run. Welcome to the war with no guns. It feel like World War II, but I don't know what that would look like. So if I'm gone soon, it's my goodbye to the good times, or maybe good lies. But the same enemies made the satellites.
Saw the other one. I saw WW3 came up. I was like, I want to hear the first one. Oh, what up, baby? We're back. We are back. The Spy, within points of being the highest price that it's ever been in the history of mankind. I like to put it that way. People like to say all-time highs. I like to say the highest price in all of mankind. I think that gives it a little more oomph to make you realize where you are right now. You are at the pinnacle of mankind right now. It's always the pinnacle. Welcome to the present. So, yeah, ain't that something? You think we're going to hit it tomorrow? I think we're 3 points away, bro. But then again, we just, last time we did this, didn't we go up to, we went up to 5,99999 and then went down. So, yeah, bro, we'll see. It's the highest price ever. I'd say the highest price. All of mankind. Womankind, too. We got to include them. They'll get mad if I don't. But still, I think it's going higher. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make it go higher. But first, we're going to give all the money to the military. You need guns. Give the military their weapons. A lot of them. That's a lot. Pete went shopping. Josh saw the list. He wasn't happy. But it's okay. We'll make it work. Big guns. These submarines, they're big. I'm telling you, you'd want a vacation on them. They're that big. They're beautiful. But they cost money and they'll hurt you. And we need them. We need a lot of them. China has a lot. We need more. So, yeah. Yeah, man. So I said, if you see the new highs, amen. If not, I said, don't rely on needing new highs. So don't fuck with me, bro. Don't miss. I'm about to slap the truth silly if you gonna misquote me, brother. So, I know what I said about it. But yeah, if you're relying on a new all-time high, you're gonna get smoked. So it's good that you got it, but I don't think, and again, this is why I came in even this morning telling y'all there is 100 names that are not at all-time highs. I think it's like 50 names, but that are good quality. But yeah, they're down still, and that's why I wouldn't. Don't buy the hype, but be wise. Be wise. Where was it? It's beautiful. If you have any off topics, now would be the time. Now would be the time. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted. I want to go over the bill. Unless I've been doing it privately, but I think you guys would have fun. Especially when the market's slow and then we only have a week. But yeah, it's not looking good, guys. But that's how we're going to do it. If you really want, bro, I don't know when society or the world will be ready, but that's the only way we stop the spending. It's all the military. I hate to break it to you. I love the military too. So I get it, but like we definitely can you could save money. You know what I'm saying? Like it's definitely not like, yo, bro, it's a lot. It's a lot. The Auberge in Del Mar is very nice, yes. It's kind of old. It's like the expensive hotel in Del Mar, but it's a great location. Unfortunately, it's like on the water, but you don't have like a private beach access. You gotta like walk across the street, but it's walkable to every restaurant, like a couple nearby, and then like it's a great location if you want to be in Del Mar and on the beach. It's kind of like old. It's like an old classy hotel, but it's nice. It's the nice one in Del Mar. Most people, if you want like down or staying downtown, what are you going out for? Military spending is the only spending the government should be doing. Well, that's where we'll, again, you like war and shit. You're all about it. You prestige like 12 times. You're really into this lifestyle. So, but I'm just, I think, like I said, when the world is ready, when the generations are ready and we come to peace, and I'm not trying to be the Antichrist, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to get y'all on world peace. Fuck all that. I'll leave it to whomever that may be. But all I'm saying is, like, I know we've heard a lot of farce on how to save money and a lot of shows from Elon to whatever. And I'm like, hey, man, I know how we could save billions of dollars, and it rhymes with submarine. You know what I'm saying? I got another. It rhymes with Schmissel. I could save you at least $100 billion on Schmissels, if you're willing, if you are willing. So yeah, again, direct energy. Like what? You want me to start? This is about to sound like a Joe Rogan episode in Hawaii. But that is no. It's in the big beautiful bill for $250 million price tag. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh shit. The one big beautiful bill. Dude, did you know that they had this? This motherfucker. Very good, dude. Very good. But like, wow, did you know this existed? Look at me, bro. I'm over here like going to like government websites and shit, reading it in like the most hardest like XLM format. And they got this whole fucking one-page website with Donald Trump. Look at this Comcast. And then you got a fucking overtime calculator, bro. Look at that, bro. How many? Can I get a Hellcat? Hold on. Why? It doesn't work. Oh, I gotta put my base pay? No? Overtime? Must qualify? Oh, shit. Okay, I don't. Dude, I didn't know that you had this. Yeah. I did not know this existed at all. But then it doesn't have the bill. No one wants to read the fucking bill, dude. I don't even want to read the fucking bill, bro. Hey, if I didn't read the Bible, I wouldn't want to read the bill. And I say that because why else would you want to read 1,000 pages, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, stop acting like any of you are like, yeah. The guys got voted into Congress and they're like 30 years old and they didn't even want to read the bill, bro. So, I don't know. I don't know. I be typing big, beautiful bill on Google. That's no room for spelling errors. Why don't you let ChatGPT read the bill and summarize it? That right there is why some of us are going to get extremely richer in the next 10 to 20 years. That like I said, I noticed something recently. There's a huge glaring gap and somebody is going to fill it. And the gap requires reading. So why don't you just summarize it? My brother, this is how we got here. This is how we got here. That's why the same problem happened in religion. You see what I'm saying? Let me, again, Bible, big, gigantic text. They're like, why don't you let ChatGPT preacher read it for you and tell you what to think? And then pastor reads it, tells you what to think, goes to the Diddy party, comes home, and then you find out many years later, you like, they lied to me about what was in the big, beautiful Bible or the big, beautiful bill. Which one is it? Why didn't I just read it on my own? Do you feel lost inside? Do you want happiness? Invest with Franklin Templeton. Contact your doctor today. Ask your doctor if this drug is right for you. By shooting yourself with a bunch of needles and giving us your money to invest and never believing that you will ever achieve anything financially, let alone remotely physically possible, you will give us everything you have and you will be happy. Contact us today and ask your doctor. Side effects may vary. Option trading extremely risky. Again, lose all my financial investment. Please don't financial advisor. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. All because you didn't want to read. You know that? READABOOKNOTABOOKBUTADOCUMENT YOUDIDNT KNOWHOWDONT IAMGOODATTHATBECAUSEIKNOWHOWTOREAD. So yeah, bro, come on. Everybody read the bill. That's it. We gotta read everything from now on. That's what I've learned. In a world of AI, bro, you better learn to fucking read everything. That's the real large language model right there. The fucking alphabet. In order, in a sequence. Oh, man. Oh, this is terrifying. So, yeah. Well, the Senate one, I was looking for the Senate one. They're going to negotiate it, but we'll go here. I need to see where I left off. It was on my phone. I was telling you, I was just in bed reading it yesterday. I just sat there, I would read it, and then anytime crazy shit would pop up, I would just tweet it to you. I was like, man, this is crazy. Fuck that. I ain't showing off. This is the minimum standard, you guys. You know that? I was raised that we had to learn how to read or China was going to kill us. So... And now y'all were like, TikTok? TikTok China? So just, we know, we all need, again, like I'm saying, unfortunately, I would love to live in a world where I could just rely on summaries and people, but they have failed us all miserably. Your best bet is going to be reading it yourself if you really want the information, okay? Seriously, what do you guys think I do? I just read a lot, and you should probably start doing that as well. And I think we should have a minimum standard. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna fucking make sure we have hooked on phonics at the compound, and we are gonna make you guys have to read a minimum 20,000 words a day. That's like what, 20 pages? I think you'll figure it out. That's not bad. Think about it. In the morning, I think I go over at least 6,000 words. Give or take, every morning. That's why I had to have AI do it, because it would clap my voice. Because I could read that in my head, so can you. All of you can. And you could listen too, but learning and getting comfortable, I've always told you guys, that'll take you a long way. You read a study about shorts? Rotting memory, short and long-term consuming content like that. The only way to defend against it is listen to a little Egyptian boy for 7 hours straight. That's what I heard. And he tells you to read, but that's a good way to combat it, you know? Because then there's a lot long form, or very long form with a lot of active current stuff, you know? It'll keep you fresh. But yeah, that's the only approved medicine, I think. Not really, but we'd have to double check. All right, well, let me go to the bathroom. I have the bill. And then we have an hour and 10 minutes. I don't think we'll finish all of it. We could probably get another 200 pages out. So, and I learned how to read it. I'll start at like 190. Or I'll start at the defense. I'll start where the defense is. Yeah, actually, so it's like 170. Dude, it's crazy. So does anybody want to be my calculator? I need a designated calculator. So all of you could calculate like blockchain, and you could verify our main calculator, but I need one person tasked with it that we could rely on to keep count. So y'all decide that amongst yourselves. Figure that out. I will seek out some propaganda to buy some time.
I wasn't going to say that was for you. I said it was all for Kelly.
And then?
Yeah, we'll keep all her babies.
I said this is all her segment because I'm not involved. She's deeply involved in this process.
Too involved. Diana, thanks.
All right. By the way, great. There's a People magazine feature on you.
It's for all of
Pippa and
There's
Angelica.
like 7 of us who are going to be on a maternity leave in a month or so. So very cool. Thank you for the write-up. Yeah, it's kind of a fun feature.
It's a good product tie-in with People magazine and the diapers. Anyway, earlier this week, we discussed New York's push for nuclear power as AI demand builds. But after the break, we'll take a look at another big energy project, this one with wind, and it's back on. That's next.
Oh, man. Hold on. I wanted a drink. I went to the bathroom. You skipped Medicaid and immigration? Yeah, so did every other liberal. No. But yeah, I'll show you how to read it, because like a lot of it's BS, and then it sucks. They make it confusing because like you have to know the other stuff. So you could Google it, but you'll learn like if they say like strike through change 2024 to 2031, that just means they're extending the program. So it's the same program, or some of them. There was one of them, it was temporary for, and that's what I'm saying, bro. Nobody knows this shit. No one gives a fuck. It's like, do you know there's several programs that were temporary on the last bill, and then part of this bill, and this is what they do every time. They did this 4 years before, 4 years before, 4 years before, and then that temporary becomes permanent. That's why everybody tells you to be careful of like always asking for regulation. Does that make sense? Because there, I'll find it. It's in the big beautiful bill. There is a portion of there that it says strike through temporary, and now it just says this order. I think it's like in between page 120 and 170. We'll find it as we go over it. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to learn how to read it, because some programs, it'll just say strike through, change this, or extend temporary, exactly, or temporary becomes permanent, or not even permanent, just becomes an order, and then you could skim through it. That's what I'm saying. Really, what I was looking for was the amount of new money. That's why I was shocked when I saw the military stuff, because I'm like, well, even if you didn't know any of the other stuff, the new money alone is a lot. And some of it we've heard about. The market's already reacted to it. You reacted to these announcements. You know, when you heard 500 million for the rare earths and shit like that, you've already heard about it, and people have invested on it. That's in the bill. You're now just getting it in writing, and now we're seeing the full picture, not just the thing a stock headline cares about. So, yeah, I hope that will help. I'm just, yeah.
61, 44, 66. You got a lot of screens up here, people.
Don't you guys work at Bloomberg? You have a lot of information at your fingers. Okay, just ignore us. I'm Carol Massar along with Tim Stanovic. Let's get to some stocks on the move.
With us is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Denitsa Sakova. Denitsa, Coinbase is the company that you got on your radar today. How come?
I'm going to stay on the topic of new records. And Coinbase actually hasn't hit a new record for 3 years, actually more than 3 years. And potentially today we're set for a record. It's of course coming on growing acceptance of cryptocurrency in Washington. We've had that stablecoin bill, and we've talked a lot about Circle, which has been on a crazy rally, but that's not the only company. Coinbase shares have surged more than 1,000% from late 2022, which of course is the collapse of FTX. And it felt at that time, that 1,000% rally is never happening. Clearly, we were wrong. That rally is happening, and the final leg has occurred as the U.S. Senate is passing legislation for stablecoins back to the dollars. That has been a new round of enthusiasm, especially in a place where crypto enthusiasm wasn't a big thing in Washington. So that's definitely helped. And just to show you how bullish the street is, we have a target of $510 from Bernstein analyst. The current price is $379. So 510, that's a crazy rally.
1,064% up from December 28th, 2022. That's a lot.
That's wild. I think there were a lot of people back then. And like, remember the last record, it's been years, as Denitsa said. A lot of people back then were like, does the industry even recover
we need to be more annoying, like
it's come back with a vengeance.
It's such a warmer environment, right? The sentiment.
I'm not, bro. I'm hearing this show. Like, what the fuck is it? And they're like quiet, like, yeah. All right, dog. Let's get to this, man. Supply chain resiliency. So I'm just going to start from where I'm at. But, like, dude, this is crazy. Yeah, look. So anything that adds here, like, look. So in addition, let me just try to I want to show you guys an example of the strike through. But these are new. So all of it, when it's listing a brand new amount, that is brand new. Do you guys understand that? So 2.2 billion for the acceleration of hypersonic defense systems. 800 million for accelerated deployment of next-gen intercontinental ballistic missiles. 408,000 for 408 million. I'm too poor for this. I'm saying 408,000. Oh man, 408 million for Army space missile test infrastructure and modern. Oh, this is all. Is this all Indo-Pacific? Yeah. No, this is air defense. One part is just for Indo-Pacific. I already read it. One's just for China. We're spending just to do South China military drills. You're at least spending a couple billion. But do you guys see why I'm reading this and why I was telling you this is so important? Because the reality, if you think they're about to vote in this bill, run up this deficit, and you're going to get rich off of inflation, my guy, none of you sell bombs. You're not going to... Do you get what I'm saying? This is going to be a lot different. A lot of it is military. So you want to find out where it is. So, is this the one? No, hypersonic, ballistic, enhancement for supply chain resilience. So 400 million Air Force. So this is what I was saying. I was going through it. I'm seeing, and this is where, dude, this is where I was like, bro, this is nuts. Integration. The one I posted yesterday, I don't know if that one's on there yet. It's either above or below. Long-range cruise missile, 70 million. Long-range cruise missile, 100 million. Anti-ship. This is all brand new. This is not shit. This is added to whatever else you have. 175 for next-gen medium range. 50 million, 250 for procurement of medium range. We need medium and long range. 250 million expansion of medium air-to-air. Let's see. Let's get into these are all 100 million. I thought 100 million was a lot. It's nothing. Torpedoes, 400 million. Fucking Pete. 500 million development of maritime mines. Sono buoys, 80 mil. Air like long range. So yeah, I already read all this shit. We're gonna there $1 billion for the creation of automated munition production factories. That's dope. $1 billion for AI ammo. Expansion. Army missiles. 2.5 billion. Yeah, this is the critical minerals. So look, you already knew about this. Yeah, there's a non-military shit. We're only on page 200. You guys need the first. I skipped the first 100 pages. I already read it. That tells you about the fucking wheat subsidies, the corn subsidies, the fucking CCC, the national farm, no employees, but 30 billion. There's a lot of things in there. So like I'm saying, I'm trying to find the new funding, and then I don't really care about the old funding because I want to know where all of this new money is going. And I mean, like I said, there's a lot of areas that you could, probably save money in that aren't what you've probably heard so far. All right, let's see. But look, this is the one you know about. 2.5 billion for stockpile of critical minerals. So you guys see what I'm saying? Some of this stuff has been marketed and advertised to you already. You already know about it. And the market has already reacted. But there's other stuff in it. You get what I'm saying? So you could use AI for it. Be my guest. But I'm going to read it myself. I'm going to do it old school. Well, okay, you new kids, you guys will figure it out. But I'm going to go page by page like the Lord intended. Amen. Amen. But some of the stuff you know about. But we want to know, like I'm saying, it's more than just that. And you want to know where it is going. So 500 expansion. There was one that was crazy though. I think I screenshotted it. One was 500 million to ensure no delays. I was like, that sounds like a bribe. But solid rocket motors. So yeah, this is all new money. I want to get to the new stuff. This is just crazy, bro. 500 million counter unmanned aerial systems. 350 development of non-kinetic counter unmanned aerial systems. 250 for integration of land-based counter unmanned systems. So you're spending at least $1 billion on something, of some sort of thing. And again, it's a $1 billion here, $1 billion there, $7 billion. It just starts to get crazy. So, and then this tells what they're gonna hold at Department of Defense and all of that. And then, so this is what we're going to go through. You want to go through each section. It'll pretty much say what it's about. So this one's scaling of low-cost weapons. It'll explain what's there, what they're going to strike through or not, otherwise appropriated till 2029. And then anything listed is new money. That's what I'm saying. So 25 million for that, 400 for deployment of Joint Fires Network and whatever this is all for cheaper munitions. Okay, 650 million for the expansion of mission capabilities of joint prototyping and experimentation activities for military innovation. Whatever that is $650 million. 500 million for development of 5G and 6G. Yeah, 50 million for high altitude stratospheric balloons for military use. That's new. That's what we're spending on. So do you see what I'm saying though? Where I'm like, bro, I haven't even finished this, but the amount of money on a lot of military shit, it's like, whoa. Like, you see what I'm saying, bro? It's crazy. Electromagnetic environments. 750 for innovation of military logistics. 120 million for portable modular nuclear reactors. 1 billion for the expansion of programs to accelerate procurement and fielding of innovative technologies. That's hella broad, dude. That's $1 billion. That's for like a fucking ChatGPT mission statement. What does that mean? Do you see what I'm saying? That one is like, come on. I get it. We need to fund the military. What do you mean $1 billion? Can you elaborate? I at least understand the hypersonic missile strategic energy laser. That makes more sense to me. But this is just $2 billion for the expansion of defense innovation unit scaling of commercial technology for military use. So that means something about NVIDIA. 500 million to prevent delays in delivery for that was the one. What the fuck is this? That's what I'm saying, bro. This is 1.5 billion. I'm a fucking little Egyptian boy. That's 1.5 billion and some broad ass shit. Maybe but if it's classified, it'll say classified. That's the crazy part. So I get what you're saying, but some of them will say 90 million for classified development. So that's not even classified. It's just actually just broad. And then what do you mean 500 million to prevent delays in delivery? Is that a bribe? How do you do that? What do you mean? So I give you 500 million, no delay guaranteed? I guess, but that's like all right, let's see. 1 billion for low-cost cruise missiles. $1 billion. 250 test resource. Advanced intelligence ecosystem. 250 million. Cyber command. 250 million. 500 million expansion, acceleration, and qualification activities of technical data to enhance competition in defense. 685 million for military cryptographic modernization activities. All right. So yeah, it says what they have on their books, what they'll keep. So then this one, cybersecurity. So 150 for new businesses, replacements. Again, this is still 40 pages below where I already read all this. So do you guys get it? I just wanted to show you all. This is where it gets crazy. Air superiority. These are 3 billion. F-15. I'm gonna just go by billions. 3 billion for the F-15. That's 100 million. No, yeah, 1.5 for Sentinel ballistics. 4.5 billion for the B-21. The submarines are all Billy. Sea launch cruise missile, 2 billion. Helicopters aren't that bad. But yeah. National nuclear security. Yeah, bro, all of these. So let's see. I want to get back to I'm not going to read all of it. We're going to start at like 180. I want to make some progress on this. And spy, everything just, I mean, yeah, you're a couple points off the highs. Section E. Oh, is this the student shit? I think I already read the student loan stuff. It's giving the like standards and like they're making sure every like loan and things you have to be a citizen and all that. The max caps for like Pell Grants and all that. So again, what I'm looking for, once you could read the topic or whatever. We're looking for the next section in bold. That's what I'm scrolling down. So here, campuses backed aid programs, higher education, promoting real opportunities, investments in education. So for 28-29 each succeeding year. No new funds, no nothing, unless it'll probably be referring back to the other thing, and you'd have to go and look up what that is. Eligible institutions. So yeah, it's saying they must follow certain categories. Okay, again, I'm looking for the money. Price, affordability. How the institution will evaluate effectiveness of use of grants. See, this is outlining some of those other programs. Saying the maximum total price guarantee. So it outlines how these programs and other stuff will work. But again, otherwise, if it's not listing in a dollar amount, then it's either stopping or continuing the funds from prior that was already approved. This is a formula for grants. Again, this is related to some student loan thing. So if you are, I don't know, if you are going to be getting student loans, you could read into all of this. This is going to affect you. Made available. It says program link. They didn't strike anything through. Regulatory. Yeah, this is all for the student loans. Gainful. They're taking away gainful employment. So something about the regulations to it all. But again, no new money being spent on this. Or it's just all the same. But SPY is moving, dude. High tickers go again. You're a couple points off the highs. Yeah, what is this? This term, economically significant executive action, means that the regulatory or executive action is likely as determined to have an annual effect on the economy of 100 million or more. Adversely affect the economy? What? Implementing this. Oh, that's why. So they're saying it's economically significant, so you can't like make an order to block it. Okay, energy and commerce. Certain Inflation Reduction Act programs. So yeah, right here, the unobligated balance of any amounts made under section is rescinded. So that's saying any Inflation Act money not spent, that gets rescinded. That's good. I like that. So all the money, if Joe Biden gave people money and they didn't spend it, that money gets returned. So if it's under some of these programs that they funded that didn't, like, think ESG shit. Unobligated balance made available shall be rescinded, all for energy. So advanced auto technology rescinded, energy infrastructure reinvestment rescinded, tribal energy loan guarantee rescinded, transmission facility financing rescinded, grants to facilitate the sitting of interstate electricity transmission line rescinded, offshore wind electricity rescinded, additional facility deployment rescinded, nat gas imports and exports, charged for exportation or importation of natural gas. I know, that's good. The Secretary of Energy shall by rule impose and collect for each application to export natural gas from the U.S. with which there is not in effect a free trade agreement for natural gas to import gas from such a foreign country a non-refundable charge of $1 million for a purpose of subsection A. The importation of export of natural gas as proposed with such a non-refundable charge was collected shall be deemed to be in the public interest. That's great. Do you get it? That's genius. See? I like that. There was another one. That's why I was like, everything's just a game, bro. That's great. So do you know what that means? Tell me if you know what that means. Uber all-time high. Yep. So it's saying that if you don't have a trade agreement with the United States, you have to pay $1 million application non-refundable fee just to import, just to pay us. So even to buy our natural gas, you have to have $1 million fee or sign a trade deal. So if you sign a trade deal, you save $1 million. I don't know if that's good enough, but I'll take it. No. But this is the other part I wanted you to see. Not the energy capabilities. I'd have to go back up to it, but... yeah, this is the one. I tweeted it yesterday. I don't know if y'all read it. It's this is up on the first one. Uber pony takeover. I saw it moving. I didn't think it was that. Let me verify that, but they're saying it. See, I don't know if that's like announced by them. Again, Pony's like a China company. So yeah, but that's popping. Be careful though. Because remember, they said, no, wait, didn't Uber say they're buying, or no, Meta said they're buying the other one. No, that's not confirmed. Be careful. I don't see that yet. So, be careful, but if it is true, that's just kind of wild. I don't think it is, though. Pony's a China company. Uber does have some China stakes, but I can't verify that. That's not verified yet. But it is popping. Uber looks to fund purchase of U.S. arm of Pony, New York Times. I don't think it's legit. I mean, it's already up. It was already up 15% by the time they had the first candle. But yeah, it's New York Times is the source with talks with former Kalanick to fund his takeover. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's I don't think it's legit. But that's all you. Tesla has done multiple drops. Tesla's had a shit show today. They fired like 3 different people. So there could be a lot going into that. And you're about to get the big, beautiful bill. But yeah, Pony, again, it's already up 20 now. Rivian's too expensive. But yeah, at least it said Pony America, because I was like, dude, it's a China play. And then Uber was just trying to sell off some shit. So that's why I'm not buying it. And again, I don't see anything on like my financial wires. It's not showing New York Times. So that's not technically your financial source. I think he fires somebody every time he gets somebody pregnant. That's why. I don't know. Palant. I saw OST, I was just on the wire. Does anybody know how do I call? Nah. I got a better idea. We're gonna go international. I was gonna say, how can I call Uber? But because they only showed like the support line. That's what I hate about these bigger ones. Y'all never seen this before. First time ever. Live. YouTube.com/the stock market. We are contacting overseas. Y'all ain't never heard this ringer. Do I start with ni hao? I don't know.
Sorry, that subscriber is not reachable. Please try later. 对不起，您拨的用户暂时无法接通，请稍后再拨。Sorry.
Oh, okay. Shishi. Well, they were unreachable. Dell subscriber is what in China. Yeah, so I called Pony. Again, it's a Chinese company. That's why I was saying. It's hard to call, so it's hard to buy a China company. Imagine that, but it's possible. So I wanted to call them if they're I just called Pony AI. It's China, bro. That's why it sounded so different. I was gonna call Uber, but I was like, man, I have an international phone. That's why we got one. I said, let me try this bitch. But yeah, I've never called a foreign name live. I only call Olivier. Let's go, baby. It's 3:21 a.m. Who cares? Well, why are you reacting now then? The fuck? So y'all just found out this buyout then at 3:21 a.m.? Okay, I rest my case. Canada Steel. And then what time? We only have 30 minutes. But yeah, this is what I wanted to show you before that rumor came out. Sorry, we were looking at the bill. But now, remember I was telling you, I was like, there's a lot of shit in the bill. We just saw the Nat Gas $1 million, the $1 million thing, the application fee. But this is what I noticed with agriculture. So they have agriculture subsidies that they're going to give. But long story short, let's just say if once you read the bill, you'll find out legitimately some industries, they are not really affected by tariffs at all. Like literally. I mean it. Virtually, they are unaffected. Why? Because if it was already government subsidized, it doesn't fucking matter because the government, look, all payment rates shall be equal to or lesser of the submitted tariff rate for the current marketing year. So this had to do with the agriculture subsidies. Do you get what that means? Whoa, spy popping. But that's what I think part of why we've been rallying. I think people didn't want to admit this. They like the fear and they wanted you to be able to get scared. But do you realize like I haven't read it all, but there's some of these agreements in place where literally the tariff rate, who cares then? If the government's going to match the tariff rate, it doesn't matter if we're at 1,000 or 1 if you're surviving off of this funding anyways. Isn't that crazy? That's what I'm saying. I'm like, wow, imagine all the theatrics. Even more so than what you've already seen, but I'm sure you probably freaked out about something, and it probably has one element where it's really not as exposed. EU executives received U.S. counter proposal today. So you guys remember we had the Wall Street Journal rumor earlier? You're getting another, this one's Politico, EU executives counter proposal from the United States. So again, you're hearing more as we get near the deadline. Allah. Yeah. Interesting. So see, you're in that level, but couple points from the highs. And as we hit all-time highs, I'm going to be reading the thing that's going to determine the next one. All right. So they're charging you. Department of Energy loan guarantees. Available. There's appropriated out of any money. See, $5 million will always be available. Applications. So again, if there's any rule changes, what is this? 10 million adjusted for inflation as the Secretary of Treasury determines. Payment. What is this? Of election and payment of fee prior to submitting covered application. Oh, okay. Damn, so they could expedite and pay, but yeah. Damn. So if you want to expedite it, you pay 10 million. And then you could get your Nat Gas application expedited. These are fucker. Well, hey, this is good though. I want to see revenue generation. That's why I'm saying, like, if you're going to spend all this money, you got to generate revenue. So at least that's a plan for that. Revenue. Standard deadlines. This is just going over the Nat Gas application process. De-risking compensation program. Sponsors. So people could sponsor your applications or projects. Again, it's explaining some fees, how long it goes to. Again, a lot of stuff is backloaded. Again, this is all still All still the energy. Like I'm saying, we're looking for new money. Funds shall remain available until 2034. This is all the sponsorship. Covered energy project means a project located in the U.S. for development extraction of coal. Not total projected capital, not less than 30 million. So there it is, 30 million for coal. Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Okay, so $218 million for maintenance fees and storage related to the SPR. $1.3 billion to acquire by purchase petroleum products for storage. Repeal of Strategic Petroleum Reserve Drawdown and Sale Mandate 20,003 of Public Law 115 is repealed. What's that? So you have to go look up this law. They're repealing some access of the SPR, but then look. So yeah, if this gets signed, that means the government is going to buy 1.3 billion of petroleum-related products for the SPR. That's your budget right there. 1.3 billion. 250 million is just for the storage facility. But yeah. Repeals and rescissions, environment. Clean Air Act repealed, yeah. Reduce air pollution at ports, repealed. Greenhouse gas, repealed. Emission reduction, repealed. Repeal and rescission relating to air pollution. Air pollution at school, rescinded. Fuck the kids, bro. We got air pollution everywhere. Repeal, rescission, electricity programs for emissions. So you see, this is just repealing all of the energy shit that Biden did. No, but you guys don't see the problem? Let me stop you for a second. This is my problem. Because it's been 6 months, and all of you have been so quick to call out everything on Donald Trump. But look at this, all of this shit got passed right before your eyes, and none of you said shit, nor read it, nor did you look at how much money was going into it, even if it was your party, and you didn't say shit. Wow. Do you see my problem? Do you see how I've called some of you out about it? And why I've said that that's not acceptable, and why I said I don't want to hear it from you guys, and why it's hard to take certain people seriously when it comes down to that. So yeah, because look, everything that's being rescinded, this is what was passed 4 years ago, and they spent your money on it. Do you get what I'm saying? All they're doing is saying any unobligated, so it sounds really bad, but they're just saying any money that hasn't been spent, you can't spend it anymore. Do you guys understand that? The unobligated balance of any amounts available under in school, whatever. You get what I'm saying? It's supposed to be rescinded. So they're not taking away the shit, because you can't. Biden already spent it, and all these people already pillaged it. So if the money wasn't spent, they're just rescinding the program. And then any money available, they're just scraping up the remaining pennies. Ta-da! But that's what I'm saying is that, again, a lot of people are very quick. Again, I support Donald Trump, but I'm reading the bill, and I told you guys a month ago why I said this is just too much money. But there was people in the last 4 years, you guys are criticizing all this, but all the money that already led to why our houses are expensive and why everything is how it is, y'all didn't say shit. And you are now criticizing even the little rescinding. What we should do is hopefully not let them do this all again. And hopefully we could actually maybe get something good for everybody in the long run, man. So, yeah. Ta-da! Yeah, they're probably spending the money right now. By the time the bill gets signed, the money, they'll vote for it once they have enough time to spend it. And they're like, okay, now we'll vote for it. Oh, the money's gone. Too bad. So yeah, we're reading all of these, but most of it, unobligated balance, unobligated balance, unobligated balance, unobligated balance, rescinded. You see what I'm saying? And then they're changing the subsections. That's what I mean by striking. So a lot of pages are just like different edits of other like parts of it. I understand some of it is going into good things, but like I'm saying, y'all need to stop the cherry picking bullshit. I get it. I feel bad if it has affected you. I don't support it hurting anybody. But the fact of the matter is a lot of people blindly accepted a large amount of money 4 years ago, and it had a negative consequence on society and the economy and the ability for normal people to buy homes. And immigrants too. And I said that. Do you get what I'm saying? And y'all didn't bother to read nor bother to challenge, and actually anybody who tried to tell you got punished. Do you get what I'm saying? And like I'm saying, even though I support Donald Trump, in front of all of you, I'm reading all of this and pointing out what I do not like and what is unacceptable and what is excessive, and explaining it and learning. And we have to do this. Because if we don't, no one's going to do it, and they're going to keep taking advantage of it. So, like I'm saying, bro, it's not, it's just like, and the people have stories and other stuff, and I get it, and I feel you guys, and I'm not trying to but we need to come together now in a way and realize we're in this together, bro. Republican, Democrat, doesn't fucking matter. If we all win, we win. We all lose, we fucking all lose. Have you not realized it? It's the same boat. So that's why I'm saying, if you're gonna call out some shit, I hope you were calling it out then, and if you want to call it out in the future, start paying attention now, and it's up to everybody to be able to know it and communicate it, so that way you could objectively know what is false or correct and not feel weird about talking about it. So, like I'm saying, people have gone through a lot, but all these repeals, people don't even know what a repeal of rescission, they don't know what this means, and I'm like, dude, the money's already spent. And then if it'll just come back. It's not like Donald Trump's trying to say go pollute. It's just they're taking the money back, and I'm highlighting every one of these bills. So look. Every rescission, this was just passed 4 years ago, and nobody said anything. And the money had the consequence on all of your daily lives down to interest rates. What are we talking? Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm just reading rescission, repeal. 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, repealing emissions, 18. These are not repeals. 18. You had 18 opportunities. Do you see what I'm saying? 18 things were passed right before all of you, and they already fucked your life up. It already fucked the economy. You know what I'm saying? The houses are already up, dude. The real estate, the rates, it already happened. We can't change it. But like I'm saying, you are so vocal today, but I didn't hear shit about none of this. Money was big effects, huge money for stuff that didn't. And yeah, maybe some of you saw the good effect of it, and good, amen. I hope it did at least benefit somebody. That's what I've always wanted. But the general theme of people blindly accepting stuff and then calling out the same stuff, it's a hypocrisy and lack of objectivity and education on the matter. And I don't shame anybody, but I think we all should learn it, and that's why we got to go over it. But that's why it's all what is in front of us. It is crazy, bro. So yeah, that's why. That's what these repeal mean. So It's not just, they're just taking back anything that hasn't been, because again, they gave out so much money, they couldn't even spend it in 4 years. Oh, I need to take a fucking lap, bro. I'm taking and y'all mad that I got rich off of it. When I try to tell you and I made YouTube videos and then they banned me, I try to bring y'all with me so I didn't have survivor's guilt and y'all still got mad at me. That's fucked up, bro. We gave them so much money, they couldn't even spend it in 4 years. We gave them so much money that they couldn't even spend it in 4 years. Disgusting. Do you see what I'm saying? And crickets. And y'all were cheering on motherfuckers like me getting banned for just saying, yo, like I wasn't even as vocal as I was. Just like, you know what just people just trying to talk about it. So like I'm saying, bro, I still like Donald Trump and I hope he has good intentions. I voted for the man, but I don't care. I think all of us, we need to start reading it. And we need to, like, if you want to say you care about it and you want to call shit out, awesome, dude, let's do it. But you got to, like, read it too. And it has to be fair and objective and all across the board. Like I'm saying, bro, because how did we get here? and we're about to do it again. That's what's blowing my mind. And now this time we're just gonna buy weapons. So what the fuck? Ah! So yeah, bro. I don't know. But yeah, let's see. So that was all the rescissions. Kind of crazy. Repealing the standards again. Or this is just repealing the issue of the standards. But again, any of the sections, you could read it and see how much money was attached to that before and what they were given as a budget. It's crazy. Just like we're reading now. Spectrum auctions. Or Spectrum covered ban. Oh, this is for the internet. Withdraw modifications after this. So I think this is saying how they have to do any of the auction stuff and like actually do it not later than 3 days after 3 years after the commission. Auction proceeds to cover 110% of federal relocation or sharing costs. Huh, okay. Artificial intelligence, modern, okay, so this is going to be new money. 500 million will remain available until 2034. That's crazy. So you see what I'm saying? That's what you're doing. You're giving them the budget. They're going to have 500 million to spend until the next guy rescinds it, depending on what's left. Do you get what I'm saying? Follow me. Go back to what I was just telling you, but now look at it in modern times right now. So 500 million for AI. This is a new bill. If we vote on it, they're going to have 500 million to spend on all of this AI shit as it's going to be defined through the subsections. Follow? So let's say now 4 years, let's say they spend 100 million a year for the next 4 years, right? What's going to happen? That's 400 million. So then the new president comes in. Let's say it's the fucking socialist dude, and he's like, nah, fuck all that. And they're like, fuck it. And then they ban Josh for 80 years on YouTube, and then they switch the incumbency, right? You know what I'm saying? And then they're going to say, rescind the AI. AI is bad. You need to learn about your reproduction, right? Instead. And then they rescind the money, but they already spent 400. So all you're going to get back is $100 million or whatever's left, unless they spend it all. Ta-da! But then it is saying they should have this amount of funds till 2034. So that's where it gets interesting, depending on how they use it and not. So it can still get rescinded. But yeah. Ta-da! Yeah, this is the one where they say all this shit. Okay, where is it? Of automated no, I hate this one. This is the one nobody read. We might have to read all of this word for word, bro. Yeah. This was the one I posted a month ago afterwards, and I was like, holy fuck. Even like, dude, all these new Republican young dudes that got voted in, they all voted for this. And some of them even admitted publicly to not reading it. So like I'm saying, I care about the money and I care about like the dollar amount, but this is the one you gotta like read it. It's new. So I'll read it all to you. Part 2, AI and Information Technology Modernization. Section 43201. That's like a countdown to 0. Boom. AI and Information Technology Modernization Initiative. Appropriation of funds. Hereby appropriated Department of Commerce for fiscal year 25 out of any funds in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $500 million and remain available till September 2034 to modernize and secure federal information technology systems through the development and commercialization of artificial intelligence, deployment of automation technologies, and the replacement of anticipated businesses in accordance of subsection B. Authorized uses. Secretary of Commerce shall use the funds under subsection A to replace, modernize within Department of Commerce legacy business systems, state-of-the-art commercial AI systems, and automated decision systems to facilitate within the Department of Commerce adoption of artificial AI models to increase operational efficiency and service delivery, to improve within the Department of Commerce the cybersecurity posture of federal information technology, to modernize architecture, automated threat detection, and integrated artificial intelligence solutions. Moratorium. This is the part. Are you ready? This is it. This is it. In general, except as provided in paragraph 2. I read this to you a month ago. No state or political subdivision thereof may enforce during the 10-year period beginning on the date and enactment of this or any law or regulation of that state or a political subdivision thereof limiting, restricting, or otherwise regulating artificial intelligence models, AI systems, or automated decision systems entered into interstate commerce. The rules of construction. Paragraph 1 may not be construed to prohibit the enforcement of any law or regulation of the effect is to remove legal impediments to facilitate the deployment or development of AI systems, streamline licensing, permitting, routing, zoning, procurement of AI decisions, does not impose substantial design, performance, data handling, dimensions, civil liability, taxation, fee, or other requirements on AI models and systems or other decisions until required or imposed under federal law. You could keep reading it. It's just ridiculous, though. Do you not get it? And it gives you the definitions, too. And ironically, they go into heavy detail. Notice, they said $1 billion for some broad military shit. And then now you have this. So, ta-da! So, yeah, there you have it. There you have it. Do you get what it's saying? They're saying you can't regulate. Once you sign this and give the $500 million, even though I think it's coming from companies, they're going to try to fund it through that. It doesn't matter. They're saying once you enact this, until Congress, so there's a caveat because it's saying until a federal law is made. J&J on the loan? Kind of. But they're saying that until Congress comes together and makes a real law to define it all, you can't regulate AI in any capacity of business for the next 10 years. You can't even expedite licensing and other things if you could argue that it stops the progress of fucking AI. I hate this. I hate that bill. That should not be included. Because if you read it, if you give it to a good lawyer, I can now take all of your property for AI development. Yep. That's what it says. I'm just saying someone's going to try it. If I had enough money, I wouldn't, because I believe in the Lord, you scumbags. Okay? But, yeah. You vipers. Yeah, that's what it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. But then that's tied into all of it. So that's how all the AI, they're like, we'll give you your weapons if you give us our AI. And then the AI guys are like, yo, Democrats, we'll give you salt if you give us our AI. And then the Democrats are like, yo, we'll give you your guns if you give us our salt. Oh, Chad. Yeah, don't let Katy Perry see this. I know, right? Fuck. Watch out. If Katy gets her hands on this, bro. Oh, no. And then you only got 13 minutes left. Yeah, crazy, bro. Bro, they're even you could even argue like a AI tax exemption, bro. It's ridiculous. That's what I'm saying, though. I think this should be a separate bill. I don't think that it shouldn't be included. I think it should be a standalone. That should not be bundled up with everything. That's insane. You get what I'm saying? That's too much to negotiate with everything else. That's like, I don't know, bro. That's like betting your future child on a game of 2K. I'm not even following this. Like, you know, every bill should be a standalone. I agree. But like, even then, this one is so specific and it gives such a broad, like, you know, amount, bro. It's like, it's crazy. That's nuts, bro. Artificial intelligence, Section 5002 of the National Artificial Intelligence Act of 2020. Hardware that operates whole or in part. Yeah, then here's Medicaid. Moratorium of implementation of rule of eligibility. Enact. Oh, giving me old school beats. This is why your UNH and everything went down. Well, beyond in-hand Humana. Appropriate verification under Medicaid chips. This is just all how they're gonna conduct it. I want to see if I don't know if there's any money, but Medicaid, Medicare is so fucking deep. So most of it is gonna be like a lot will be added or taken away from the other one. But yeah, for fiscal year 26, 10 million for establishing system required, 20 million for maintaining, so 30 million in something new. There's a lot of either both revenue generation and rescissions in here, but I'm skimming through it. And then yeah, you got no Nike Play, but I have old Nike Plays. That's why I got like old Nike Leaps, so I'm just riding those. For dialogue with other countries, OECD tax deal will announce a joint understanding among G7 that defends America's interests. Best in OECD Pillar 2 taxes will not apply to U.S. companies. Oh, what? Hold on, I think you just got a corporate tax break, bro. Yeah, hold on, that's good news. I need to verify we have asked the Senate and House to remove Section 899 from the big beautiful bill. Holy fuck, yeah. Bro, I think they just got rid of the fucking Yellen corporate tax. I'm not sure. I'm fucking going off the dome right now, but I'm pretty sure that's bullish. But then you also have 10-minute rigs, so I think they used Section 899. It worked. They put it in the bill. They got everybody to freak out. And then you just had people willing to cave on some taxes for corporations. So then they're saying, yeah, we'll take it out of the bill. Is OECD Pillar 2? That's what I'm saying. I don't know the fucking actual code, but I'm pretty sure that is the Janet Yellen like corporate tax rate thing, right? Yeah. I'm correct. OECD Pillar 2 is a framework that aims to ensure multinational enterprises, MNEs, pay a minimum effective tax rate on income within each jurisdiction. Yep. Let's go, baby. Yeah. That's huge. So yeah, all corporate tax, you just got really bullish. You get it? Every Janet Yellen corporate tax rate just went poof. That's huge, bro. That's bullish AF. That's like really bullish. It sucks that tomorrow's going to be Friday and you're going to play this end of the week. But remember, like I told you, you already know what's going to happen, you guys. It's July. Everything's worked well. You're just waiting on bad news, but the news keeps getting better. So that's it. You're 3 points away from the all-time high. I don't think people understand that yet. I didn't even get it at first. That's what I was saying. I'm like, if I'm right, I think I know what it is. But, yeah, I think Algo's picked up on it for a little bit. But, yeah, it is the corporate tax rate shit. That is crazy, Habibi. Pump it up? Oh, man. Tear. That's it. Every new all-time high, I just realize how many people. I know. It's sad, bro. It's sad. Shame. We'll forgive you, but still. Watch if Bitcoin goes, but that's it. It sucks that headline correlated. That headline correlated with 10-minute rigged. Forgive him, bro. Forgive him. Is this inflationary? The tax cut? I don't know. I mean, none of this really. There's going to be a lot of money. It's just going to go to weapons. So it may not be inflationary. It may just be like what you had before 2020. Remember when they would spend a bunch of money, but you never really cared about inflation? It was probably because it was George Bush buying bombs. So, and Obama. So maybe that was it. But, that's otherwise, a lot is going to military. So you will get a big tax break, and that will cost you to a degree, but a lot of the money, it's not going to Wall Street. It's not going to, some of it will go to like AI and corporations, but just military. It effectively dismantles her word. That was my first thought. I'm surprised that was correct because that's big. That's what I'm saying though. So you got a little pop, but let people digest that once they realize what that means. I mean, that's another set of good news. You still could run into bad news from the other trade deals and whatnot. But, yeah. I know. If they could just dismantle the short-term debt. Even then, bro, the way, dude, if Jerome is willing to move, they could. That's just for a minute, bro. Just Jerome, give us a week, bro. I could do it in a week. If you gave me the Fed and just Jerome Powell just cut rates one more time by double, maybe by quadruple. Well, maybe, but we could easily fix it. Easily. But no. All right, bro. You're running 10-minute rig mixed it in with the good news. And there you have it. But, yeah, bro, you just got more bullish taxes, bro. I can't believe it. That's crazy. Amen, bro. Amen. But like I've said, the best way to say thank you, not by words, but to show that you've been listening and show that you know, let it show. Let it show through everything. That's the best thank you I could ever receive. Everything else I do take with a grain of salt. That's what I've learned in these half a decades. All right, baby. And then great day for the long term. All right, guys, you know what? You know, fuck the cult compound, bro. I don't want to sell this anymore. I'm done with this shit. No, I'm kidding. What do you mean no corporate taxes no more, dude? What do you mean effective Janet Yellen? Bro, what are you saying, bro? What are you talking about? How? What do you, I'm just saying, bro. The fuck? Hold up. Nah, I don't know, man. Give him another 2 weeks. I got 2 more weeks, bro. Shit. I see. This is what happens to all of y'all. I understand it, bro. I get it, bro. That shit go down, you're like, yeah, let me buy real estate. That shit go up, you're like, fuck real. I mean, I did nothing. I sat down today. I didn't even look at it, bro. That's fucking, nah, man. Nah. Oh, shit. 45 seconds! What happened to landing the plane? We landed. We took off from another one. Some people missed it. So the gate's closing, dog. You gotta board the train. You gotta go home. It's game time. 10 seconds. Wrap it up, boys and gals. We love you all. Have a great day. Nike after the bell. Tomorrow's Friday, and they ended it with some bulls. New all-time high, I think. Holy shit. No, you didn't hit it. Nope. We'll save that for tomorrow's gap up, maybe. Ding 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 ding. Oh no. Oh. Chad Adonia. Oh my goodness. Chad Adonia, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? We did it, we made it, baby. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat, baby. And GG, bro, for real. Are you kidding me? Give it back to the community. Only need a few, baby. Tell them. Oh, tell them. I've been to good game. Nah, for real, bro. All of y'all genuine, bro. Some of y'all genuine mother effers. I love you. You know that? Let's go. You genuinely gonna get a long term too, bro. And I hope you deserve it, dog. You deserve the genuine right back, God. God bless you. Good game. You made money, you lost money, you learned something. You see it, you'll say it. You say it, you'll see it, dog. Let's go. GG. Good game.
Fuck your breaking your lunch, go for layups, not dunks. I'ma say what I want. I get paid for my thoughts. I'm with pay, so I stop. Influential as fuck, boy. My mental been tough. Wear my heart on my cuff. It ain't hard, I don't want, cause then everyone got like opinions and thoughts. But they don't mean a lot.
God bless you. Have a good day.
Show you the top.
I love you, Chad. Are you serious?
Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
Need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Yo. Chad Adonia. Chad, this is gonna be tough. We have 2 weeks. Little less now, bro. Do we do it, bro? Shout out to Lawrence. We can still back out, bro. We gonna have to make a tough decision. As it's just gonna rip every day. Oh my goodness. But Chad, that is the day. We'll wait for Nike earnings, but I'm not really. Yeah, not any of them. Even FedEx, I didn't care too much. Like I'm saying, like the market's doing something without the earn. Like, do you guys not see it? So that's why it's a little different. Yeah, NASDAQ just below record highs. The inspection, it needs some work. That's why they already gave me a good discount on the property, but the preliminary inspection didn't look good. It didn't look bad, but it just looked like it's livable, and like I wanted something that it would be workable, but it's still just it's messy, it's dirty, and it's old, and it needs like a little, like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, bro, we will see. We will see. But Chadadonia, God bless you. God bless you. It does need some TLC, but TLC costs money. See, that's why. Like I told you, we want to. It's not a situation we're scared of, but that's how we want it. But we want to lean into it and get a good deal. You see what I'm saying? I don't want to pay for too much shit after we buy the house, because that's where you want it. The money coming out the pocket, that's money out the profit. So that way, if I could get them to pay it up front, we make our money on the buy. So that's why I already got a lot of money off, but I need it now. It needs a little bit more. That's why I hope they're ready for it. But if they're not, then maybe we run into some problems. When is this? I thought it usually comes out right away. Long term. It's a cup, baby. Long term, short term, welcome to the war. Love with the game, I just want a little more. Haters ain't new, I just got a little bored. Stepping in the pace, I be speaking with the store. Tell me what's the store, China on the store. Ready on the land, know you heard this shit before. It was 2018, making videos in the car. Now everybody got a long term, looking for some more. Big bank, I'ma pull up in a Civic. Rollie is a numerals, the Casio and digits. If you never make a move, then you'll never have a critic. Why you think I got these grown men acting like some bitches? $100 move, 10-cent finish. Tell me not to mock it, but you don't know your limit. Both of us could lose, but one of us is winning. All of us alive, so tell me how you living. Blessed. I already know it though, don't care about your whip. I got a crib in my portfolio. You should be yourself, stop back at Cornholio. Fluid in the well, but the pocket's so colloquial. Crypto in the wallet, but we bought it 10 years ago. Put it in the videos, put it in the lyrics, bro. Funny how it's cynical, fuck, still didn't hear it though. Forgive me for the language, I'm still working on the spiritual. Mr. Professional, talk about the revenue. Hard to ride the wave when you riding on my genitals. Talking about my plays, but they hear like an edible. I'm used to little humans telling me what's not attainable. That's some whole shit, trying to tightrope shit. Friend and the enemy, you think we don't know this? Funny how my foes never had the same focus. Forgive them for their sins, I ain't talking about the smokers. I'm back to the mission, lot of holding, lot of sitting. Act like you can't change your mind before you go and make decisions. You don't even need precision, cause you at it while you stack it, while you average your way in it. Who the villain? Money tree, you gonna kill it, cause you keep on fucking with it. Trying to learn the art of chilling. It don't matter your religion, what you have or what you didn't. Cause the future you gon' ask the current you, but why you didn't? Sick with it, boy, I'm talking big business. I don't need no 3 wishes, just a G-O-D vision. I be C-O-D with it. Cindy, I keep flipping. No, I'm all about a dollar, but I'm all about a mission. Who we kidding? God is always in it. Ain't no way to spin it. If it's yours, you gonna get it. You can build it in a year, but you can lose it in a second. You can use the tongue for life, or you can use it as a weapon. I already know it, don't care about your whip. I got a crib on my portfolio.
Some people don't even have dreams, you know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple of stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches shout these sad. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes with your talking and your bitching. Just show me that you don't get it, look. Now I wasted your time trying to reprimand. Explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach. The big leagues ain't throwing underhand. Not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad. Mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I could feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll buy more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water, but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm out with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes. Welcome back.
And I thought about, man, that this thorn in my side, this flesh, that when you grow in maturity, when you grow with God, you start to hate the flesh because
yeah, bro, I'm just waiting for Nike now, bro. I got it. You gave me time. I didn't even want to wait for it, bro. And now I got all my news ready. I'm like, all right, might as well. Might as well. 10.7.
So come, baby.
Nikes. Where is it, Nikes? And take her to trash, baby.
Listen up, I won't say this shit again. You don't really love yourself. The flesh ain't your friend. I done seen the best band, best friends turn pretend. The little wind could change the trend. The little air could mean the end. I ain't doing shrooms, life already tripped me out. Thinking about the little things and how it made me different now. Little bit of scripture bring me problems and they brought me out. Fearing about the future, only time you fear of missing out. Past ain't the present, but we say that it's a gift. That's ironic, that's like calling for murder to bring the peace. I heard that you don't agree, you heard it but didn't see. You learned it but wasn't free. The news a monopoly. Apart from these parting seas, my partner, please don't pardon me. I'm on the love for all my bras. I fucking love you, kill them all. Save a 10 of every dollar. Think the future, not tomorrow. What you do, not who you are, but how you move set you apart. Demons keep on knocking, but like Powell, I'm gonna close the door. People keep on talking, I just really wish they listen more. Born alone, die alone. Don't care if you don't like me, bro. Enough for being core. I know you know there's more than just the world. Love what I create, so it don't matter if you hate. You can learn a lot in life, but you'll never know the day. Karma or a judgment, either way we meet in fate. And they say revenge is sweet, but at least we eatin' steak. Lord bless to me, no I ain't been meek enough. Sometimes I ain't been speaking up. My eyes would lie when seeking them. I died 100 times, but I'm alive is why I'm preaching them. I know it's by design, but I can't lie, I feel I'm free to love. Forgive me if I overshare, but why the hell you over here? I move my people over there. Been around the world and I seen lots, but I ain't seen it fair. The ones that's always listening, the same ones saying they don't care. Nah.
Just close the door. Close the door.
3, 2, 1. We're off. There it is. It did come out. It come out right when it ended. Oh, I didn't think it happened like that, bro. All right, we're off to the races. So, they did 11.1. They were estimating 10.7. So, yeah, they killed it on revenue. Asia and Latin America or Pacific was down by 8. Revenue was 1.58 billion, which was expected to be 151, so a little higher. Revenue down in China, 21. Middle East revenue was 3 billion. They were expecting 2.8. Habibi, Middle East, Europe, Africa. I love a Nikes. So they beat on Europe and Middle East. China revenue again. They did good on China. It says 1.4, a greater China if you segment it. But Asia Pacific, Latin America, it was a beat. But yeah, they did good. But not, I don't think sexy enough. I haven't looked at the chart yet. So yeah, there you go. It isn't sexy enough. But it's good. I think it's beat. Wait till the guidance. I don't see guidance though, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't think they have a guide. They removed it last time because this new CEO is scared. He's playing scared, playing soft, playing smart. But I don't know. Maybe you hit him with the Trump card, bro. I don't know. Trump came into office. He's like, I'm going to tariff him $1 million. The media tells you it's horrible. You'll be tired of winning. Nike CEO won't give guidance. Chipotle says he'll bring guacamole to Starbucks. I know. Look at that. These people. Either way, not bad, but they hate you on earnings. Either way, market all-time high. It'll go there. It went there. Always there. When I'm president. But same thing happened under Joe, but we won't talk about that. He was asleep. It didn't count. Fluke. All right. Well, Q4 reflected the largest financial impact from our window now actions. Or wind down actions. Largest? Okay. So you do better then? I don't know. We could read the report, but I just read the quick ones. Behind strong returns for... Oh, no. I don't even have the full one. But yeah, it wasn't bad. They beat, but you got to wait till guidance. That's all that matters. Remember, remember last time I was telling you it's all about the CEO, whether he comes in swinging, kind of like Liputan, but none of them did. Liputan ain't coming swinging. Nike didn't come in swinging. The only guy who did was the Starbucks. That joke was actually information. The Starbucks guy was the only dude who was like, fuck yeah, Chipotle, Starbucks, let's do this shit. We gonna fucking triple. And he didn't do good, but, you know, stock did a little better. But Nike and Intel were both very conservative as new homeboy came in. I don't even think it is. Yeah, this is like his first full quarter. Yeah, not full year. Yeah, he's hella new. So last one was his like first earnings, and then this is his second one. But, you know, I think everybody knew that he kind of wanted to play cautious, but, you know, we all have the hope that he'll say something today. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, you know, people are hoping that, okay, we'll give you one quarter. Maybe you buy your time for a year, but this report was good and it beat, but you're hoping he comes out more confident. And if he does that, I think this stock will go up another 3-4%. But if not, it'll just meander and do whatever. Maybe it could get back up to an earlier level. That wasn't a bad report. Again, I haven't read the full thing. You could go, I don't know, because again, they had some wind down stuff, but I'd care more about their dollar hedging, and I think they did good, and then inventory, and then what's the other part? There's one more aspect of Nike. Tax rate. But then again, that might have changed with Bessie. So, yeah. 11 billion, 11.1. They killed it on revenue. Man, I like Nikes. Very good. It's tweaky. Like I said, you just give it, you get a little more CEO optimism, you'll be good. They're not expecting guidance, but he might give you a little bit. Otherwise, that was a solid report. Wasn't bad. But it wasn't like, again, it's not your recovery story yet. That's still on the table, but they're either going to fail or they give you the recovery story. Yeah, everything beat, like, solidly. But remember, their guidance, they had this was off a lack of a guidance, too. So you beat a no guide, lack of guide, with nothing in the future. God bless you. Chattadonia. I think that's it. I'm not waiting for the conference call. You guys won't even... When was the last time you waited for Nike shoes to come out? I still like Nike, though. But yeah, so I'm not waiting for the call. You guys don't. You Zoomers. You young kids. Dude, I saw a bunch of young kids in Nike, though. So I don't know. Last time I was in Nike, there was kids. Like, they were young still. Still hip. Clearance Nikes, Habibi. Very good. Very, very good. Nike bucket hats. Oh, I didn't know they had bucket hats, bro. You might put me on game, bro. But I need basketball shoes. You guys know that? If I'm gonna really get serious about my old man arc over here, I gotta and start balling, you know? I gotta get shoes. Cool kicks. Oh, yeah, those were the days. But even more, bro. In my day, I do East Bay. You know, y'all don't feel me. Then there was Nike ID and Nike.com. But before that, there was East Bay. You ain't know about ordering shoes through a magazine. You ever order shoes through a magazine? You ever try to get your initials? And this was like $400. You couldn't afford it. It's $400 like back then money. That was stupid. If you think about it. What? God, Lord, man, I can't believe now that I see like back then, like people would try to act like $20 wasn't a lot. You know what I'm saying? But then, and I can't believe, I'm like, oh man, what did I make my parents ever buy me, bro? That was so much money back then. And they didn't know. They should have bought a stock. Fuck me. But dude, that's crazy. East Bay, bro. East Bay. But yeah. Honestly, though, I'm not gonna lie to you. You know, like the good old days? Fuck the good old days, bro. Amen. Okay? This shit's dope, bro. You know why? Because now they bring you food to your house. Now you get everything, bro. I can order Amazon today. Today. You know, bro, are you ready? Dog, this compound gets Amazon to the front door. Y'all don't understand. You want to tell me. And internet. I'm complaining about 30 megabyte upload. You know that? That's how spoiled we are. And I saw Amazon packages at the front door. I asked, starting to open up China. Trump signed with China yesterday. USTR Greer Global. What the fuck is he doing? Is it ripping yet? Hold on. Yeah, bro. I think Trump's live right now. Maybe we might listen to that. Yeah, bro. He just said he signed something with China. And USTR busy as
A great
trade
friend of
deals
mine, a
surge.
fantastic Senator Roger
pumping,
Marshall,
bro.
wherever you may be.
He's
Roger.
pumping.
Thank you.
Pumping
thank you
trade
very
deals.
much.
They sent
Thank
Besson
you.
out to dismantle Yellen's off, and then
Bernie
now
Marino,
he's got.
great win, Bernie.
So I don't know. He's out post market, bro.
Great win.
I know
That was a
Baba
tough
was up
race.
there. Trump hints
They
at
said that
potential
was not
trade deal
winnable,
with
and he won
India,
by about 5
saying
points, so
agreement
that
may
was
be
pretty-
coming soon.
So much for
Latest
not
headline
winnable.
on Wire:
Mike Lee is
Trump
here.
starting
Mike,
to
hi,
open
Mike.
up China.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, this has to do with the. I already
Tim
had it up. The
Sheehy,
big beautiful
another
bill.
tremendous win. Way to
I just
go,
wasn't
Tim.
playing it.
Young, handsome. That was another race that wasn't
You say
supposed
young,
to be able
handsome?
to be won. They said, we have a very young, handsome guy. I said, does that matter? Looks don't matter, do they, Mike? Looks. Anyway, great job. You can't help it.
Why
You
is
can't
Trump
help it.
acting like he's not the
That was a
dude
great
who's like,
race,
you're
along
so
with
tall,
Representatives
so tall,
Paul Gosar,
so
Greg
handsome.
Murphy, Tom Kane.
He's like, looks don't
James
matter here. I don't know why he
Rob
told me that. Such an
Bresnahan, who's a
odd thing to
women's
say.
rights
I don't know why he told me that.
He's done a fantastic job. And Ryan McKenzie. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you all. That's great. It's a big group of people. We're here this afternoon to share the stories of an incredible group of patriots from across the nation whose future we are defending with the One Big Beautiful Bill. This is the ultimate codification of our agenda to, very simply, a phrase that's been used pretty well by me over the last 10 years, but maybe even before that, make America great again. Very simple, make America great again. When Joe Biden used to get up and say, we will stop this horrible MAGA. We're going to stop MAGA.
Yo, Trump, I will
We're gonna
gladly
fight it. We're gonna
teach
fight
you
it.
how to do the
Joe,
Biden, dog.
Listen up. It's called Make America Great Again. Remember that he got up so angry. He was so angry. He said, make America great again. But we'll deliver a record tax cut, a record spending cut, a record investment in border security. We've done so
great.
well on the border.
He's
last
feeling it
month,
too, bro.
We had
Look
zero
at it. He's just laughing.
people that crossed the border. Zero.
The pink tie, a hot pink tie, dog. A hot pink tie. That's a statement. I
So
fuck with
Christie
you, bro. I
and
like a
Tom
hot pink tie.
Homan and some of the people, what a job you've done. But you know, people forget about that. They don't care.
It's
The
a hot
border's
pink
been
tie.
fixed. I wanted to talk
Am
about
I
the border
incorrect
2
on the
days ago.
color? Is that
Group.
fuchsia?
Sir, they don't want to hear
I'm pretty
about
sure
the
it's a hot
border.
pink
Why?
tie.
It's fixed. You know, it's the second time it happened to me. In 2016, I won on the border. I fixed it in about 3 months. It was beautiful.
It's fixed.
And they wouldn't let me talk about the border. Sir, nobody wants to hear about the
fixed.
border. But we're going to talk about it anyway. Right, Tom Holman? We're talking about it anyway.
Trump, give me $3 billion standing balance
So
in
we have
any
a
bank
big
account. I'll fix
number
anything.
of dollars that's coming
What are you
here because
saying?
we want to keep it that way, and we want to keep it fixed. And a record number of deportations. We're bringing criminals out.
Trump did
by
not
the
say what sort of
thousands.
deal
Nobody
was
can
signed
even
with
imagine.
China.
He let
So they all
people in
heard
that
that
were
quote.
murderers.
He said something about China during this,
11,888 murderers.
and now reporters are
Gang
scrambling,
members,
trying to like figure
people
it
from
out.
mental
He's
institutions.
just fucking with them.
And
I think
insane
at this
asylum.
point.
You know what that is?
But yeah, again, next couple
Insane
days.
asylum, that's a mental institution on steroids. During the campaign, I talk about the late, great Hannibal Lecter. Do you know who that is, Hannibal Lecter? Silence of the Lambs. I'd talk about it, and the fake news would go crazy. Why does he keep mentioning? Well, because we won in a landslide. That's why they don't want to have. They don't want to have Hannibal.
Bro, what is? He's odd one
And,
today.
Today I signed this bill.
I think
into
he's
law.
been
Almost
watching the
every
stream, bro. I
major
don't know.
promise made
I'm always
in
gonna
the
have that
2024
conspiracy, but-
campaign already will have
Yeah, bro, he's
become
feeling it.
a promise kept, and that's very important. Promises made, promises kept. And according to the Council of Economic Advisors, these reforms will protect or create more than 7 million jobs, add 3.1% to economic growth, reduce taxes for the typical American by nearly 15%, and increase take-home pay for the normal family of 4 by at least $13,000, and that takes place immediately. That's not bad, right? Look, I'm looking at that guy back there, right? That's pretty good.
I'm looking
And
at
if
you,
we
dog.
had
I
a,
saw
person
you
over at the
smiling.
Fed that would lower
I saw you
interest rates a
spending
little
that
bit,
tax
would
cut
be
in your
helpful
head
too.
already. Yeah, yeah. I
It's
see
hard
you.
to believe. This is on top of, we have to fight this guy. He's not doing the job. Each point that he keeps it up is the equivalent of $300 billion. $300 billion. So if he lowered it to, it would save $600 billion We have to work hard with cuts on that, right? That's a lot of cutting. And this guy could do it so easily. We don't have inflation. Well, we might have inflation. Yeah, and if you do, you raise the rate a little bit. That's okay.
Now, shit
But we're
talking
going
Powell.
out because Biden gave us a lot of short-term debt. And given the short-term debt, he did us no favor.
Yeah. They're talking
So I
about
think
Yellen.
What we'll do is we'll probably just extend the short-term debt and then go out because I don't want to tie it up for 10 or 15 years at
Yeah.
a high rate.
There you go.
Every point is three. It's really
Oh,
more.
shit.
Is 300.
No, he's saying they're going to term out the debt.
No.
No.
1%. We're talking about almost $1 trillion in saving just with the stroke of a pen.
Oh, no.
No work, no
Yeah.
missing anything, just like an accounting situation. Oh, Doug Collins, I just see Doug.
Yeah,
Did I
you
mention
just say,
you?
well,
Doug,
maybe
I don't
we'll
think so.
term out
I'm
the
glad I
debt.
saw you. I'm glad that somebody's going to be in big trouble with you. They didn't write your name down, Doug. Somebody's in big, somebody's in, I got you. So we think of that, though. We save, and all you have to do, it's so simple. I'm explaining to this guy.
I know, he's just going to term it, too.
And Biden extended him. That wasn't good. I'm explaining to him, you can do
He
so
just
much
said- I
for
mean,
our
that's what
country.
I got
Save
out of that.
$1 trillion just with a stroke of a pen. Just a little, the utterance of a sentence that we're going to be cutting. It's a shame. It's a shame. We're one of the highest. We should be the lowest. You know, with the United States of America, we'd have money coming in like at levels that they have never seen. I got a call the other day from the people in Congress because we're doing our bill. I didn't even tell you this, Mike, and they called. They said, there's something wrong with the numbers, sir. I said, what's wrong? I don't know. They're not balancing out. There's something really wrong. I said, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, we don't know. I said, what's the problem? We're taking in much more money than we have scheduled. I said, so far that sounds good. They said, how much is it? About $80 billion. I said, do me a favor, check the tariff line. They called me back an hour later. Sir, we've taken in $88 billion in tariffs. Isn't that a beautiful thing? 88 billion.
Billion.
I thought I'd tell these little stories.
It's a free
Go off
submarine
script
method.
and tell these little stories, Scott.
So
right?
what you
'Cause it does
do,
make it a little
you
more
raise
interesting.
tariffs temporarily
Although my
at this
speechwriters
expensive
have just
rate.
gotten
China
every
pays you
award in
enough,
the
and it
book.
pays for like 10
Vince,
submarines.
where are you, Vince? Good.
So you make
Where
80
are
billion,
we?
then you buy
Where's
10
Ross?
submarines.
He's gotten all these awards, and I'm going off the record all the time. Where is he? He didn't show up to the speech. He wrote the speech. He didn't show. Well, that means he has confidence in me. According to the Council of Economic Advisors, these reforms will protect or create more than 7 million jobs, add 3.1% to economic growth, reduce taxes for the typical American by nearly 15%, and increase take-home pay for a normal family by an incredible $13,000. All of these things are happening. And by the way, there's no inflation. All of the numbers I gave you, all of the money that's coming in, and maybe more importantly than the billions of dollars we're taking in with tariffs, is the fact that we've got hundreds of plants going up all over the United States that never would have been here. I was with Howard and Scott and Texas Instruments the other day, and the head of Texas Instruments, they're going to spend $60 billion in the United States. And he said, sir,
TXN?
please don't do it to me. And I looked at him, I knew exactly what he meant. He said, you mean tariffs, right? He said, that's right. If you ever get rid of those tariffs, you've cost me a fortune. They're all coming in because they don't want to pay the tariffs, and they're coming in at levels, and it only works for the United States because it doesn't work for other countries, but it works for us. We have a record investment, we have records and everything, and when these places open up, that's bigger than the $15 trillion that I'm talking about. You know, you don't see it right away. But bigger is the fact that they're all coming in, they're building their factories, the AI factories and the auto plants. We have auto plants that are closing up in other countries. I don't want to specifically name the countries, but you know who they are. And they're coming into the U.S. and they're opening up and building like nobody's ever seen anything like it. I don't call it a miracle. I call it, this should have been done 40 years ago. We would have never lost our auto. We lost 50% of our auto industry to China, Mexico, Canada, and various other countries. Should have never happened if you had a president that said, we're going to charge you tariffs. You're not going to build next to us. Send it in and take away our jobs. If you would have said 25, 50, or 100% tariff, not one company would have left. But they weren't business people. They were politicians, not very good ones, and some good ones, but some really not good at anything, to be honest with you. We're going to stop the largest tax hike in we're going to do that in history. This would be, if the bill doesn't pass, there'll be a 68% tax increase. Think of that, 68%, which would be the largest in history by about 40 points. And we'll make the Trump tax cuts permanent, expand the child tax credit, and we will deliver no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Among the countless citizens who will benefit from these tax cuts is Malachi Krzyzewski, a devoted mom and DoorDash driver from Ripon, Wisconsin, who uses her tip income to support her son. Just think of that, no tax on tips, and it was a very
I didn't think about
big
that. The
problem. I was
DoorDashes
at
and Ubers,
a dinner,
all of that tip money,
beautiful building
that
in
you
Las
get through
Vegas,
the app.
and unrelated to this, and I said, "What's going on?" I will never say good-looking waitress because looks don't matter anymore, you know, in our modern society. She happened to be beautiful, but I won't say that. I won't mention that. But nevertheless, a waitress came over, and I said,
"Nevertheless,
how are you doing?" She said, "Not good, sir." "Why?" "The government is killing me on tips." And she looked at me. She said, "Sir, there should be no tax on tips." I said, "Say it again." "There should be no tax on tips." I said, "That's the coolest thing I've ever heard." I walked outside. The press was there, as always, waiting for something bad to happen, hundreds of them. I said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please announce tonight there will be no tax on tips." And a legend was made. We won Nevada by so much. Republicans don't win Nevada. We won Nevada. So I want to thank that young, beautiful waitress. Thank you very much. But with no tax on tips and other cuts, this bill will save Malachi thousands of dollars per year, enabling her to achieve her goal of visiting every U.S. state with her son. She wants to visit every state by the time he's 18 years old. So, Malachi, it sounds to me like you're off to a fantastic start. And where are you, Malachi? Where are you? Congratulations. Great. That's good. Thank you. Also with us today is Luke Wilson, a 23-year-old electrical lineman. He loves being an electrician, but in this case, the lineman. And these are guys that take big risk, and it's hard stuff. But if you know what you're doing, it's fine. He's from Harmony, Pennsylvania, as well as Dee Sova, a truck driver from Springfield, Missouri, where, by the way, our beautiful planes landed, our B-2s. They landed after 36 hours of flying. Great going, Pete. And they hit the target.
They hit the target. I'll show you.
They hit the target, and the target
I'll prove it.
To be obliterated, just as we said.
You stupid Pete. Why would you say it wasn't?
Thank you very much, CNN.
Who do you work for?
With 3 million miles of driving under her belt, who mentors other women in her industry. And I just want to say, Luke and Dee spend countless hours working overtime to help make this country run. And this bill, the typical overtime worker like them will take home nearly $1,500 extra every single year. So you're talking about at least $1,500, and there will be no harassment because you were being harassed by the Democrats. So Luke and Dee, congratulations to you both. Thank you very much. Congratulations, wherever you may be. Thank you. Thank you very much. Also with us is James Benson, a third-generation auto worker from Belleville, Michigan, who has spent 26 years at Ford Motor Company, which is doing very well. They have a lot of plants in this country. If you have plants in this country, you're going to make a lot of money. And is a member of a tremendous group of people, auto workers. And I'll tell you, we love these people. Auto workers for Trump, and I came through for them, but they were with me long before I really thought. A lot of people said, is he going to run again? Will he run? They've always been with me, the auto workers. James was a lifelong Democrat until 2017.
Dude, that Pilates,
when he saw the benefits of our tax law.
Sweating.
And he also liked Trump. Now,
the instructor was like
sometimes
calling me out for
but
sweating.
If they don't like the candidate,
It was
it's not
making
gonna
fun
matter,
of my
right?
sweat
Is that right,
puddles.
Marco? Marco knows.
I videotaped
because he has been one hell of a great Secretary of State, right? Stand up, Marco. Everybody respects Marco, right? True. Everybody respects him. Now we're delivering an even bigger win for the auto workers by making interest on car payments fully tax deductible. You know, that's something only rich people seem to have gotten. I said, you know, and that was my idea. It's pretty simple. But I said, you know, the rich people, they always looking for deductions. We want deductions. Linda, did I say, will you please stand up?
Sweating is a
Linda
superpower.
McMahon. So great.
Thank you.
How much is
I
Harvard
already
going to
have
be
enough
charged?
confidence. You
How
don't
much
feed
are you
me this,
asking
you
for
guys,
Harvard?
please.
Because
No,
they
that
really
last
have
time he
violated a
said,
lot of different...
I'm highly intelligent and I
caveats.
get bored
Yeah,
easily.
A lot, like a lot.
Now I'm gonna just
They've been
look at
given
people and
$5
tell them, not my
billion
fault you don't
over
got
the years. Can you
superpowers.
imagine? And that's over a
and
short
you're
number of
unhealthy.
years. That's just the beginning. There's $52 billion sitting in the bank.
Thank you.
And they haven't been nice to our country. So I want to thank Linda McMahon, who's been really fantastic. But I said, on interest, I said, why couldn't we, if a car is made in the United States only, because otherwise we don't care if it's made someplace else, give the people that buy the car a deduction on the interest that they're paying to buy the car. And people said, what a great idea. It's so simple. It's like the paperclip. Somebody came up with the idea of a paperclip many years ago, 1817.
Okay, bro, I'm not going to listen to the
And he became
same
a very
speech,
rich
bro.
person. And everybody looked
is
at
from
it and
the
said, why the hell
campaign.
didn't I think of that? But it's like the
can't be
paperclip,
selling
but
us
only if the car is
1.7
made in
trillion
America.
bill.
Remember that,
I need
James,
some new
we're
shit,
going
bro.
to keep those Michigan auto factories roaring. And as you know, we won Michigan by a lot, Susie, right? We won Michigan by a big margin and something that typically is not easy, but I think we've won it. I actually think we've won it 3 times in a row. So it's been a great state, but a big factor with the auto workers. They went with us very big, and I love them. The One Big Beautiful Bill will also be an incredible victory for American farmers, another group that we did great with, especially family farmers like James Cullifer of Virginia Beach. Our bill will provide 100% expensing so they can buy a new farm equipment. And by the way, the expensing is good for everybody, not just farmers. And it'll virtually eliminate the so-called estate tax or the death tax. So you have a farm, you leave it to your children. If you like the children, you leave it. If you don't worry about the details. No, some people don't want to leave them. They don't like their kids, you know? Anybody in here not liking their children, farmers? But if you like your kids, you want to leave it. And a lot of times what was happening before
so
I got
can
there,
I
because I put
expense
this
the
in
farm?
the first tax bill, as you know.
Holy
But
shit.
people would die. They'd leave their farm. There was no cash, but there was value to the
But
farm.
I don't know.
Sometimes good
Is
value.
mine
It's
gonna be a
called
farm?
Real estate rich and
'Cause I'm not
cash
like a
poor.
real, like,
And the
farmer.
kids had no money, and they'd be foreclosed out by a bank. They'd borrow money to pay the estate tax. You don't have to pay estate tax
I
anymore.
agree.
That's
good.
pretty
That's good
big
for all
stuff.
of you.
So for the
That's
farmers
the shit
and
I
for
like
others
about
in
this.
small business.
Remember I told you I don't
it's great.
support
But James's family
this
has
step
been
up
working
basis
in the land
and
for
like
generations.
I
and with this
support it,
bill,
but like there's people,
we
dude,
will
there's people
ensure
who
that
want to
family
tax
farms
the
like his
fuck
can stay in the
out of people
family
like
for many
inheriting. And this
generations
is
to
coming
come.
from a guy who has
Where's
inherited
James?
nothing. I will not inherit anything. So I'm not anything I didn't give my parents at this point. But it's terrible for normal individuals. So I like this a lot.
That's great. And you know what I mean, James, right? People pass away, they love their kids or whoever they're leaving, but they love their kids especially. And you won't have the family farmer anymore the long time because they were losing them to the banks and they were losing them at record numbers. It's not going to happen anymore. There's no tax. We're also going to empower American parents by expanding opportunity scholarships to provide school choice. School choice is a big deal. And we just got school working with the governor of Texas, as you know, Greg Abbott. We just had it passed in Texas. And I know about that. Somebody said, yeah, that was a big deal. They've been trying to get it for 9 years. And they asked me if I'd call the legislature, Republicans in the legislature, and I did. And I gave them a pep talk, and everybody voted for it. First time, they were shocked. But they never asked me to call them before. This was the first time, and they got it passed, right, Susie? It was amazing. And it was something that Dan and Greg and everybody, they really wanted it. And Ted Cruz wanted it badly. They all wanted it, so we got it in Texas. But you're going to have it. More and more people are talking about school choice. Good thing. This will be the godsend for mothers like Angelina Banks from Philadelphia. Where's Angelina? Where's Angelina? You are very pretty. She went out for a second and she's coming back. Okay. Where's Ange? Come on over here, Angelina. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, wow. How are you? I won't ask you where you've been, okay? I promise. But it's great to have you. It's great to have. I mentioned your name. I said, where's Angelina? He said, she'll be right back, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And Aubrey and Ava Jane, Angelina says the tax relief for childcare and education are a foundation for stability and dignity. I think those were your words, right? Stability and dignity. Good words for her family. And with the One Big Beautiful Bill, we're delivering both, empowering hundreds of thousands of families to choose the public, private, charter, religious school, or
I'm
the
checking
homeschool
zoning
of their
right now.
choice.
After
And,
I heard that,
Angelina, thank you very much for being with us.
Hold on.
So this bill will also be the single most important piece of border legislation ever to cross the floor of Congress. We will hire 3,000 new Border Patrol officers and 10,000 new ICE agents. And these people are great. I tell you what, I got to know a lot of them. And we have tremendous representation. They've been for me from day one. In fact, I shouldn't say this, but they endorsed me when I first ran, almost at the beginning. And they weren't sure if they were allowed to endorse me. And they said, we don't care, we're endorsing you. But they were great, and they've been my friends ever since. But think of that. So we're going to hire 3,000 new Border Patrol officers, 10,000 new ICE agents. And, you know, these ICE guys, they go into war zones, and they're tough, and they love our country. And if you're not going to be tough, you're not going to do well. But they are tough, and they'll break into a pack, and they call them a pack. Some of these packs come out of the jails of Venezuela. They come from places that you don't want to know about. They're gang members that have been all sent in here through Biden's open door stupid policy. The dumbest policy, I think, well, we have a lot of dumb policies, but the worst, I think, is open borders, where anybody comes into our country totally unvetted, totally unchecked. And they're drug dealers, and they're people that we don't want them, and they're murderers, you know, they're murderers. I told you, over 11,000 murderers, they're in here. 50% of those, by the way, murdered more than one person, and they came in, no check-in, no anything. It's so sad what that man has done to this country. We should never forget it, okay?
Oh,
we should
shit,
never,
yeah.
ever forget it. With that whole group of people, I don't even think he didn't believe in open borders.
Dog,
he didn't believe in
we could have a rabbit farm, a fish farm, a frog farm, a chinchilla farm, or other small animals, excluding crowing fowl.
What they've done to us is so sad.
Oh,
We're going to
dude.
fully fund the final sections of border wall, impose a new
It's zoned
remittance
even with
tax
the
of money
HOA.
sent back to
It
foreign
has the
countries,
zoning
and
with the
dramatically
city.
increase deportation
So yeah, this is
to
it's
a bare minimum of
it's
1
zoned
million
for
illegal aliens per
zoned
year.
residential,
And what
but it
we're doing
also
is we're
has
really going
rural
after the
zoning
criminal
attached
aliens,
to it.
of which we have
So
plenty to work with.
You can
And
have
people say,
small
well, that's a
farms,
lot,
small
isn't it?
trees,
Well, remember, these
greenhouse
countries are very
shit,
smart.
5
They're headed up by
animals for
people I
every
know in
acre.
almost all cases.
So we
they're
could have
very
5, I think
smart,
it says
smart
cows.
people. And
No,
they have
cattle,
people of
horses,
great
sheep,
common sense.
goats,
They're not sending their good
farm
people
stock,
out.
not
They're
in-
sending
oh,
the bad
no.
people out. And
Not
they put them
including
into caravans.
hogs?
I think I came up with that name, but somebody did.
Is a
It's
pig
great
a
name,
hog?
Caravan, thousands, and sometimes as
I
many
think I know
as
the answer,
30,000
but
people
I'm gonna just
walking
a
right into
plan
our
of many
country.
advisors
Again,
will
last
not
month we had
fail.
None. Think of that. It's almost, people say it's almost impossible. But they come in and at a minimum, they're
Wait,
not
is a
people
pig a
that
hog?
Work very hard.
It's
They're people
not.
that are run welfare.
Pigs are cool.
They don't want them. They don't want them. They give them to us. It's
That's all I want,
it's
dude.
incredible what's happened. And
That's
it's
all
so
I
sad
want.
to
Why
see
would
it.
I want
It's so
anything
sad.
else
It could
except a
make you
pig?
just
I want a
sick to your
monkey,
stomach when you
but that's
think
illegal
about
in
it.
California.
I was going to
Welcome
say,
to
it could
live
make
in
you cry, but
California.
I like to pretend I
Go
never
come here,
cry.
buy a monkey.
I don't want
Humidity.
to be a crier, but it makes you sick to think of what they did. What they did to us is just sick. And guys, if we didn't have a Tom Homan, and if we didn't have some of the guys that we have working so hard and dangerously,
Not exceeding
the
5
country
animals
wouldn't
per acre
stand
of
a
all the
chance,
land
but we're getting them
available.
out. Not as fast
However,
as they came in,
systematic
because they
rotation
came
of
in and you'd
animals
see
worth more
hundreds
than
of
5
thousands
animals
pour
is
into our
permitted,
country in a day.
As long as it doesn't
But we're
exceed
getting them out.
grazing
And
of
here
sheep
today
for those
is
permissible
Angel
per
Dad,
acre can
Joe
be multiplied
Abraham,
by
the Angel
3.
Moms and Angel Dad.
No limit to the
Dads,
permissible
these
number
are
of sheep
incredible
which may be
people.
grazed.
They lost their precious 20-year-old daughter, Katie, in a hit and run after she was struck by an illegal
offspring are
alien
kept
from
fed for
Guatemala.
sale
Katie was stopped at a traffic light, rear-ended, full
acres should be
force,
compounded
going
upon the
60,
basis
70
of
miles an
nearest
hour right
equivalent
into the
ratio.
back of her car while she stopped.
Establishment of select
died
experimental breeding.
And her killer, I think you could
What
really
the
say,
fuck?
the killer fled the scene. And Joe,
raising
we
of
will
cattle
end this
subject to
invasion
limitations.
once and for all, and we're always going to
Dude, we could
remember
do
the memory of
experimental
Katie, that
animal
beautiful,
breeding.
beautiful 20-year-old daughter of yours.
That
Where's
is
Joe?
zoned for the farm.
Joe? Come here, Joe. Come here.
Non-commercial raising of hogs, not excessive of 5 animals. So I can have, you could only have max 5 hogs.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Thank you,
No
Joe,
matter
very
what
much.
the square
Also with
footage.
us is Sarah Stewart from Kerrville, Texas, who lost her brother to the fentanyl epidemic that has inundated her small town. Our bill provides billions and billions of
I'm
dollars
permitted
to
to
stop
have a
fentanyl
sign.
and other illicit narcotics. We're also charging other countries like Mexico, Canada,
So long-term
China,
ranch, we could have it like
billions
part
of
of
dollars
the.
in
Like, that'll be
taxes that we
official
put
as
on
fuck.
because they've allowed
Holy shit,
people
that's
that
part
are
of the
selling
zoning,
fentanyl
dude.
to go through their
And we're allowed
countries,
to
or in the case
explain
of
what's
China,
on
they
the
send it
ranch
here.
in the signage.
And
oh my
paying
goodness.
a lot of money at least, but would rather stop it. I think we're doing a big job of that, but would rather stop it. And other illicit narcotics pouring
could
across
put
the border
mobile homes on
and
it. What the
stealing more
fuck?
American lives.
Yeah, you can do
And
everything.
Thank you. Sarah will not rest until
The
that fight is
non-commercial
done.
raising
Get that
of
fight done.
not
Sarah
more
Stewart is with
than 5 miniature pigs.
Hi, Sarah. Beautiful.
I need 20,000 square foot minimum. It has to be, I must pay and obtain a license.
Good guy, huh?
Permitted
Yeah.
under
I
subsection,
can
should
see
be
that.
spayed
I
or
also want to
neutered.
thank the president
It
of
can't
the
weigh
National
more than
Border Patrol.
200 pounds.
His name is Paul Perez. He's been with me from the beginning. And
I can
Brandon
only have it
before him. These are great
exclusively
people.
on
I've gotten
my
very friendly
premises
with some of these
or
people
under
from Border
restraint of a
Patrol
competent
and ICE
person
because I really
must
I
be in
call
an
them once
enclosure
every
that
2 or
is
3
no
days. How we doing? How we
closer
doing? How
than
we doing?
30
If you
feet from
remember,
the property
Kamala was the
line.
border czar. And in 4 years, she never made one call to Paul
Holy
or
shit.
Brandon or anybody else. And I'd like to have Paul come up, say a couple of words if you're here, Paul. Where are you, Paul? Oh, there you are. Go ahead, Paul.
Dude, this is great.
President Trump made promises that he's kept. Now it's time for Congress to back him up. We need to
holy
end
shit,
the
bro.
chaotic and recklessness that Biden allowed into this country. The millions of people that are out there,
Whoa.
we're going to get with this big, beautiful bill. We've got the funding, we've got the technology, we need everything in that bill to
Bro,
get it
this
done
is
so
crazy.
that no
Hold
more
on.
families are victimized. And those that have victimized families, we can go get them out with ICE. Our officers and agents are not afraid. We're ready to take this fight to them, and we've been so because of President Trump's leadership. Thank you, sir.
He's been a great friend of the country. He really has, and he's worked with Tom Homan and
Oh, dude, this
Christie
is
and
crazy.
all the people that work so hard. They have been incredible.
Bro, the
And,
zoning on this is
you know, I wasn't
amazing.
going to do this, but I see Tom Homan is
Oh,
sitting
dude, we're
there
running
and,
this.
you know,
Holy shit.
I have to call him up.
Okay,
Look at that.
maybe
I don't call up the
inspection,
Speaker
not
of the
so
House. I
bad.
don't call up Marco or Peter or anyone. But I
I
wanna
knew we
call
could
this guy
build on
because
it,
this guy
but
is
I didn't
keeping us
have this
very, very
extensive
safe.
of a
Come on up.
purpose. But dude, this land is like, I know you have the HOA, but there's a lot of stuff you could do without them. And then
Well,
we
look,
would
I think
qualify
this
for
issue of the
all
big,
of this
beautiful
stuff
bill
he's
should be
talking about right now.
I don't know how to. What the
Because
hell's
then
the
we
matter
could
with everybody up
put
in
small
Congress?
farming. We have enough acreage. It's too big.
People are dying every day.
Dog, we could build a dam.
ICE is arresting
and if
3
we
times as
dude,
many
we could do
criminals
like public
than
use
Biden
stuff on the
administration did.
land.
We're taking public safety
and then we
threats
could
and
get
national
we could
security
benefit
threats
off
the
of it.
street every single
Chad,
day.
I'm gonna have a lot of work for
We got
you.
over 600,000.
If any of you
want
want to do some shit,
in this country. We
because
got
if you
less than
figure this
5,000
out, bro,
deportation
this is crazy.
This should be a no-brainer.
It is a no-brainer.
The more resources we
Mr.
get,
Holman?
if we get this bill passed, we got more agents on the road. We buy more beds, we get more transportation flights.
Bro, you
more
have
agents
public,
mean more
you could
bad
do
guys
water
arrested, taken off
towers,
the streets of this country every
television
single day.
broadcasting
Every day we
stations,
arrest a public safety threat or national security threat.
telephone
this makes this
transmission
country much
lines.
safer. Who the
So
hell
they
would
don't
be
have
against
fiber,
that?
but maybe we could get
And,
fiber
I get irritated. I get pissed off.
We could
because
let them
I'm
use
sick
our
of meeting
land
Angel
to
moms
run
and
the
dads.
fucking shit. You see what I'm saying?
You want to talk about family
and the
separation?
HOA would let you.
Again,
Children. It's too big. It's not going to be a nuisance.
I've done this since 1984. I've worked for 6 different presidents. No one has had the success of the Trump administration. We got the most secure border in the history of this nation today.
We could do power plants, hydroelectric. You could do it. You have to get. You got to get the fishing license. You could make.
But we need more
border wall. We could even do a guest ranch and
motel.
motel.
Wall save lives. Women and children can't get over.
They probably won't let you do a motel at the HOA, but you could do it's under the zoning.
The men and women, the border
golf,
who
tennis
take
club,
care of the humanitarian needs and
garden supply, real estate office.
We already got fentanyl seizures down half.
Fraternal lodges.
We should have zero fentanyl coming to this country.
Churches,
we need
temples,
money to help secure that border at
worship.
higher level. Stop the fentanyl from
Yeah,
coming
we
in.
could make a
Stop
church on the property.
Stop the sex trafficking of women and children. Stop the known inspected terrorists coming across that border. Right now, I was looking at the stats today. ICE is arresting a record number of known suspected terrorists in this country, along with the FBI.
Conditional use
with
permit
more money,
for airport,
we can arrest more of these people,
or
make this country
cemetery,
safer. This is a nonpartisan issue.
Fair.
Let's make this country safe again.
So if the HOA lets us,
and the Republicans and
we
the
can have a
Independents, I don't care
fair
who
if
you're
the
from,
city lets
pass
us
the
too.
bill so we make this country safe, so we can stop the violence
turkey
against
legs?
ICE officers. Let's make this country safe again.
Retail
Without that bill,
pharmacy?
it's going to be a hard road. We got a lot of people to look for, a lot of people to arrest, a lot of national security threats we know are in this country. We need to find them. We need more money
mink
to do that.
farm,
we need more agents to do
outdoor
that.
film
For
studio.
Let's pass this bill and get
rodeo arena. Whoa. Rifle range? Skeet or trap shooting range. We could make one. That's zoned for it, dude. Yo, thank God there's a HOA.
He got so
I
angry,
get it now.
He didn't even
I'm kind of
shake my
glad.
hand to look at me. Just
after reading the full zoning list.
Yes.
This is disgusting.
But he's right. He's right. And we have no money for the border if we don't
You
pass
can do
this
anything.
bill. We have virtually
It's actually
nothing.
this is in California
And so we're gonna
too.
get
This
it
is
done
like
for you, Tom,
zone.
and for all of the people that have worked with you. It's been amazing the job you've done. And just in finishing, look, this is the largest
this
tax
is
cut
real.
in the history of our country. They want to give you, the Democrats want to give you the biggest
You
tax
could do all of it.
increase
It's
in
zone
the
again.
history of our country.
The HOA just we
They
can't
have
be
things, whether it's
disruptive.
border
Everything
or
has to be
economic
set from the
development
property
or
line.
no
That's
tax
what I
on
was talking
tips
with
and
them
Social
about.
Security
They're
and
super
no
chill.
tax on overtime.
They just
All
we
these
can't be
different
annoying.
things.
We can't have
There are
parties. We
hundreds
can't
of
be
things
late.
here.
You know what I'm
It's so
saying?
good.
Like
And we're gonna also
anything
cut
I wouldn't
costs.
like
We're
to
cutting
begin with. I'm an old
$1.7
man
trillion
already.
in this
You know what I'm
bill.
saying?
And
so
you're not going to feel any of it.
It's like, but you
and
can,
your Medicaid is
and then it
left
just
alone.
can't like.
It's
There's it's
left the
big
same.
enough
Your
where
Medicare and your Social
we have enough room
Security
for animals.
are
We have enough room to
strengthened.
put
We're not
everything
cutting.
set
the
back.
Democrats
Nobody
are going
would
to
see
destroy
anything.
all three of them.
You
Because
get what I'm saying? So
it's
that's
not
why like,
sustainable.
this is big enough.
They'll end up cutting your
and
Medicare,
we have one of the
Medicaid
biggest
in
properties
half.
in the
So we're going to
fucking
do a
place.
real job. It's so important. So if you can, call your senators, call your congressmen. We have to get the vote. I want to thank you. You have been unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. You have worked round the clock for months.
If you had a range, you would only allow
And
your
you know, I
close
shouldn't say
friends.
this, but we don't want
No,
to.
dude. If I made a range, I would definitely make a range, put all the weapons there, and then just invite a bunch of random people on the internet to just go on at it. You know? I don't know what you're saying.
We don't need grandstanders.
Yeah, I don't. We're not doing a range, brothers. Okay, I know. You guys, I'm a bugle sticks. Let's go back to the bugle sticks. How about that? How about that? You guys want to?
6 months ago.
I was excited at Fish Farm, Rabbit Farm, a pig.
It's unbelievable.
You know, maybe we'll just let's
when I
see how
came
the
back
Chad handles a pig.
yesterday, as you know, I
Okay, how
made
about
a
that?
big
Let's
trip
see, you
to
guys. I'll give
a
you
place
one
where we
acre
had
to start.
28 countries.
If you can handle 1
represented, we
acre,
did
you can
something
handle
that's never
10.
been done. They've raised
Okay,
the
you can handle
number
10.
of
I'll give you guys
money,
20.
The
You
amount
can
of
handle
money
20.
that they've been to $1 trillion
Then
a year.
we only got
And
10
that's
more
for
left.
world
Okay.
safety, but they
So
all
I don't
asked
know
me
what
the
to
same
do after
question.
that.
They said,
You guys got to
"How
start
could you
buying the
allow this
neighbors.
to happen to your country?" I said, I didn't do it.
One step at a time.
But they
okay?
said, how could you allow people to pour in? They don't understand it. They all have borders. They have fences.
All right, bro,
they have
I'm
walls.
hungry.
Or they have
I
just
wanna go.
strong people
I can't
standing there.
believe
You
this.
can't
I'm
do
gonna
it.
call LT
and
after
He said to
this.
me, you know, it's amazing that
He
allow
probably
these
read the
things to
zoning.
happen,
He
and
cares
it's
more. I
amazing,
just wanted.
too.
They just
I
told me I
agree.
could build.
You know,
I
as a
double
business
checked what
guy,
they
I always
said. It
like
was
to
zoned. I could
understand
build
where
my.
the
I
other
wanted a
side's coming
basketball
from. What do
court.
they want? What do they get?
You know,
And,
2 or 3
you can
more
make
cribs
good
on
deals
there.
based on
I wanted a
understanding
spa,
the other
a
side.
pool.
I never
said I could
understood
do it
the
all,
other
so I
side
said
in this
work.
case. Why would
And
they
it
allow
wa- and I-
people
I
to pour
double
into our
checked, and that was
country?
correct, but I didn't
Unchecked.
read
You
the,
know,
like,
I can
full-
see people
I
wanting
wanted to
people
see if
come
I could
in,
qualify
and you
as
let
a
them come
farm.
in, you have a vetting
And now that
process, you
this
let good
zoning is
people- we're letting
there,
a lot of good people in,
yeah, as long as we
but they're
don't,
coming
we
in
got a farm,
illegally.
dude. This is a
But
legit
why
ass
would you allow
farm.
people to come
That
in?
means
You
we
can
could
look at
qualify
them
for
and
a
say,
bunch of shit.
Big trouble. Big trouble.
And now
Why would
all
you
of this
do
is
it?
going to be a
Nobody
write-off.
understands, and a lot of people say voting.
I was down to
you
do
know,
it without it being a
gotta
write-off.
strengthen up our elections.
But now
because
this is
the voting
dope.
is crooked as hell. Got to strengthen it up. But it's not that. It's either they're stupid, and they're not stupid, or they hate our country. But we love our country, and we're going to stop this madness, and we're going to get this bill approved, and all of the things that I've been talking about now for 2 years on the
Pigs are
campaign
almost
trail, and we
impossible to
won.
catch if they
Remember,
get
we
loose.
won
I
every
know, bro.
single swing state. We
I
won
have
by
not
millions
seen
of
my
votes.
sister in years.
We won everything. We won every. It was a landslide.
I'm
We
just
won
kidding, bro. I bullied
something
her
that
back
nobody
in the
talks
day. She's
about.
skinny
The
now, so
districts. You have
she thanks me.
thousands of districts. We won
I know. I used to be so mean to my sister
2,750
because I had three sisters,
505. Think of
and
that. That's
two of
why when
them
you see a map,
were
the
not
whole
like
map
big,
is red.
and one
That
of them
stands
was
for
big
Republican,
when we were
by the
younger.
way. Because it stands for a lot of other
And they
things
all had
too, but it
jobs.
stands
They
for
all worked at
Republican
places.
with a little piece of
And
blue
two
on
of them
each
worked
side.
at food
But
places.
That's why think of that. 2,000.
And then the third one worked at a
750
clothing
districts to
place.
505
But like
districts.
how I
That's-
would
this was
explain
a
it
slaughter,
was
but
that
it
we
gave
would
us a
name the
mandate to
food
do some
places,
great
and then the
things.
other
I wanna
one was
thank
customer.
John Thune, and I want to thank the speaker, and I want to thank Marco and everybody here.
You're really mean to
everybody
her,
here.
bro.
They
She's
have been
funny
so
as fuck,
incredible.
though.
Pam, you've
This
been
is my funny
unbelievable as the
sister.
Attorney
She's not
General. We
liberal.
appreciate it.
She's like
Not
dope.
easy.
She's
Not
actually
easy.
like dope. She's a homie. So like it worked out. It
And
worked out. She's already
You're
married,
coming back
guys.
faster
so
than
you're out
anybody
of
ever
luck.
thought possible. I told
I
you
know.
what they
My
said
bad,
to me.
my bad.
Just
Not
trips
really,
by very
but
smart people.
I like her
But we're
husband
gonna make
too.
this. We're going to do this
You
very
guys are
quickly.
too late, bro.
It's happening a lot faster than even I thought possible. And we're going to be celebrating
You have 16
very quickly,
acres
and we're going to be
ag
celebrating for
property.
a
Are you
long
looking
time
to
because we're
forward how
turning
you
our country
structure it?
around. We're getting our country
Oh,
back.
shit.
And
Wow.
we're ruling
So
with
you want to be the
sense,
first
you know?
person to
Whether you're
franchise
conservative or
long-term
liberal,
ranch?
or, as they like to
Is
say,
that what you're telling
progressive.
me?
They don't like the word liberal
Because we
anymore.
might. I didn't think that.
Progressive,
That's
I think
another
it's a
idea.
beautiful
We'll
word,
put that
too.
on the list.
That's why I call
I
it
was
liberal.
thinking you guys were
It's too
going to
nice
buy
of
all
them.
the neighbors.
I don't know how
But
you
that's
can be
another good
progressive
idea.
when you're turning the
Wow.
country backwards.
Maybe franchises
But,
available
no matter
2030.
what you are,
We'll
it's
see.
all about common sense, and
we
I
could
think
pull
that's
this
the way
off.
I've ruled. I do what's
I don't know what
right.
it's going to
I don't
happen,
have
dude.
Borders. I
But
don't
we
wanna
could
have
build
transgender
farms and fishes.
Anybody that happens to
and
leave the
pigs.
house at a young age, the things they do.
Wow.
I don't want to have men playing
You
in
guys gotta
women's sports.
help
That's
me
gotta
with
be,
it,
you
bro.
know, they
Like,
say it's an
you know that,
80-20. I think it's a
right?
97-3 issue. It's so ridiculous.
Y'all know I've
So
never
ridiculous.
owned a farm in my life. Listen, bro, I could pay for it, bro. And God is
There was a
good, and
long-distance
I've
race the other
counted the
day,
cost, and I'm
or at least
forecasting a
reasonably
lot of things.
recently,
But
and they had
like,
a top
you
man
guys need to
and a
help
top
me with
woman,
this.
but
You
it was a
understand?
women's race, and,
I'm like, my
the
goal is like,
man entered. He happened
I
to
hope
be
it's cool
transitioned.
for
Isn't
the
that lovely?
community. So
And he entered the race.
you
and
guys are gonna.
He beat the champion woman
I
by
need expertise.
5 hours
ideas.
and 14 seconds.
You guys are gonna have to
5
rotate
hours.
in and
That's
out.
a
We're
lot.
gonna have to figure this
Think
out.
of it. You're waiting 5 hours for your beautiful daughter to come in. Come on, baby, let's go. You can do it. He won by 5 hours and 14 seconds. It is crazy, and it's so demeaning, and they don't want to change. I see it the other day.
Dude, there's good ideas.
Guys like Schumer, our great Palestinian
No, but
senator.
like, dude, after
this guy,
reading this,
no,
if
he's
we got, it's
changed.
gonna take a
He
lot
used
of
to like Jewish
organization.
people.
So
Now he's totally
for real,
against
when you
Jewish
guys
people.
see
It's the
it,
most
and maybe
incredible
some of you who are
transformation I
really
think I've ever
serious,
seen.
if you have the
But
time,
who would
the
allow this to
ability,
happen in other
we
sports?
got to
The same
plan
thing.
it out
Try
and
the
organize
weightlifting
it.
numbers
but-
someday. You want to see some big
Dude,
differences.
there's a lot of room.
And
Like,
a million
we could
years, the
segment
women
this
will never
off
catch
acre
these
by
numbers.
acre.
It's not going to happen.
And then
And it's very
if we could
demeaning
make
to
it
women.
qualify,
I
you
don't
guys
like it
could
when it's
qualify
demeaning to
and
women.
run
So
independent
we're
businesses
turning the
from
country
this.
around fast. We
Do you
love
get what
you
I'm
all.
saying?
Thank you very much, and good luck.
If it
Thank you.
hits the qualifications, we could make this 15 different farms, theoretically speaking. 7 conservatively, 15 unconservatively. Do you get what I'm saying? Even without transferring any ownership and like without playing their little game. You could probably run 100 of them through this shit if it all qualifies. And then this opens up the door to a lot of programs. Like I'm saying, I did not even think about it. I hope you guys realize that. I wasn't even thinking about this till this mother effer Donald. This is what always happens. Donald Trump will just say some shit sometimes, and I'll be like, what? And then I'll look it up, and I'll be like, wait a minute. That's how I learned a lot of tax stuff back in the day. Donald Trump would just say shit, and I would look up the tax code, and I was like, what the fuck? So, yeah, right here, right when he said it's for everybody. Did you guys hear that? He was talking about the expensing for, like, equipment and getting people. He said even money to start a farm. And I said, what? And then he said, everybody. And I said, wait, well, let me see. And that's why I was like, let me check if it's zoning. Because if you have residential land and it's zoned purely residential, then you can't, that's a stretch to qualify. You get what I'm saying? You can't be like, oh, we have a farm or we're operating any agriculture rule, anything of that nature. So, but yeah, if the zoning's there now, I think that meets his criteria. Because even what I read the other day, bro. So, yeah, man, it's crazy. I know, man. Damn, we don't have to sell it, bro. Just Trump will pay for it. About farming, yeah, I will. I mean, there was like basic tax stuff, like again, just balancing the taxes with, the selling of the equity. And then, I was thinking worst case scenario, interest, since I will be paying a mortgage on this property. I was like, all right, well, that's a write-off just on the interest, but that was it. And then maybe cost segregation if we're going to plan on keeping it beyond 1 year. But yeah, now I'm like, dude, what the fuck? This is crazy. So I could only imagine. But Chad, on that note, I'm going to leave you be. You have a beautiful day. Get ready to end the week on Friday. We're going to have a good Friday, baby. That's it, man. You actually don't end June. You know that? I looked at the calendar, and although it feels like the end of June, we're going to have tomorrow, then we have the weekend, and then Monday is still the last day of June. I know. July is on Tuesday, baby. And then you got another holiday. America Day! July 4th, baby. You know that? That's my birthday. You guys always ask me my birthday. I've told you that story, right? July 4th, that's my second birthday. That was the day as a kid. I remember my mom asked me. I remember I was a child, but I was conscious. That's what happened when you got a mama like mama who you know what I'm saying? Just always asking me. And she asked me about Jesus. And I remember I was sitting there eating some Arab ass shrimp and some corn. We were 4th of July, baby, on the beach. And my mom, she gave me the talk, bro. She said, Jesus Christ. She said, do you accept him into your heart? That's my birthday, bro. That's my second birthday, July 4th. Amen, bro. Amen. My first birthday, February 33rd. Amen. At least you remember. Thank you. So God bless, baby. But I love you all. Have a wonderful day. And don't forget while we're here, while we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And why, my friends, what do you walk with? What are you drawn towards? What authority do you stand on it, bro? Whatever you fear, you give it praise. Praise and get uncomfortable. That's, that every motivational thing they tell you, they want you uncomfortable in so many ways of your life. Nah, get uncomfortable with your praise, bro. I want you to praise God to the point it's weird. Where it's weird. You like, why am I praising? The whole world says I shouldn't praise. The whole world is fake. Look around. Everybody's dying. Everybody is terrible. No, I still praise the Lord, the living God. Do you understand? The one true living God. Praise the Lord. Oh, yeah. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatatonia. Have a great day. Friday, Junior, and Friday. Praise God, bro. Amen, bro. Amen. The first. Give him your first praise, dog. Every praise. Schedule. Automate all day, dog. Are you kidding? AI? The world of automate. They want to automate your life, automate your praise, dog. What are you saying? Oh! God takes up too much mental space, dog. You know how many old Lil Wayne songs I have in my RAM, and I still be learning new shit every day? My God is infinite. Eternity is big. My mind is I got a big old forehead too, and it's making my hairline recede. I'm not worried. Amen. Praise the Lord. So have a good day, baby. I will see you tonight, God willing, in the morning, and peace.
Yeah, I thought we were going to hit the horn. Nobody wanted you to read the horn, huh? How come none of you read the bill when I wrote it, but you read it if Donald writes it? Fuck you. You guys don't care about me. I'm the best president in the world. That's why fucking Hunter's the only guy who likes me. Fuck you. You guys turn your back on me. You didn't even read my bill. You didn't even read it. I can't even read. Fuck it. I know, Joe. I know. We all know. But they should read mine. Maybe they'll find out that this has all been going on longer than both of us, Joe. Wait till they find that out. Either way, it's possible. Get a long term. You'll do it. You're buying a house. I won't let them stop you. You're buying one. You're getting it. No rush, but you're doing it. Goodbye. Bye. Bye.